Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Many years ago, my girlfriend, Maya, and I spent our spring break on a road trip to St. Louis, Missouri from New Mexico. We wanted to see the Gateway Arch and check out some other sites nearby. She also had grandparents that lived in the area, and they welcomed us to stay with them while we were there. They gave us a bit more wiggle room in our budget and helped us greatly. We planned on leaving super early to get a head start on traffic and taking turns driving and sleeping so we could save more time and money on hotels, which did work out in our favor. Well, for the most part. Most of the drive went smoothly. We had printed out our drive and directions and even planned out our stops. Yeah, we printed directions. That should tell you how long ago this was. We ate, made our planned stops with minimal detours or extra stops, and we slept all according to plan. What we didn't account for, though, were the Midwestern storms. We had stopped at a gas station in eastern Kansas to fuel up, and then it had started raining. No big deal. We had a fully functional car, so the wiper blades worked just fine. We got back on the road and continued on. Knowing we only had about 4 or 5 hours left of our drive. But it hadn't been even an hour later when the rain began pouring. I lived in New Mexico all my life. I had seen some rainstorms and some pretty bad ones, but I had never experienced anything like this. So yeah, I'm not afraid to say that I got a little nervous. Maya, however, wasn't as concerned and just offered to drive if I wasn't comfortable. Seeing her calm demeanor helped me calm down, and I continued on. Unfortunately, the rain would not let up, and it became louder as it hit my car. That's when we realized that it wasn't just rain. It was now hail. I have never seen hail so big in my life, and still haven't since. It became so loud and heavy that I thought that it was going to break my windshield. I couldn't really hold back my fear, so Maya suggested that we pull over so that she could drive. This time, I agreed with her. She pulled into a gas station, and I went in asking to use their phone. Maya didn't have a phone, and I just had a prepaid one that I was trying to save that time just in case of emergencies. I called my parents, and I let them know where we were. I explained how bad the weather was, and my mom sounded worried and suggested that we take shelter at a hotel until it passed. Of course, this didn't help relieve any of my concerns, but I told them that I would consider it, and I ended the call. I went back to Maya, and after sharing with her, she said that she would continue the drive, saying that we would be fine, and I just tried my best to remain calm and trust her judgment. We continued to drive, but it seemed like we were going further into the storm. The rain and hail continued, and the wind was so strong that I thought it might even blow us off the road. And speaking of the road, I could barely see the lines on it, let alone a few feet in front of us. We were on a pretty empty stretch of road with no exits nearby, but I looked over at Maya to ask if we should maybe just pull over and then wait it out. And her face told me all I needed to know. She no longer looked so confident. I pleaded with her to pull over, and then she agreed. Now on the shoulder and parked, we sat there in the dark and in silence, trying to decide the best thing to do. I grabbed my phone from my purse to at least call her grandparents or my parents just with an update, and of course, I didn't have a signal. It was a bit concerning, but I told myself that we were parked, so we should be okay, right? We tried keeping each other calm by just talking and occupying ourselves, which did start to work. We probably sat there for about 30 to 45 minutes when we noticed that the hail had stopped. It was still raining pretty hard, but since the hail cleared up, we could see the road a bit better, and then we decided to give another go. But as it goes, there's always something. And now, the car wasn't moving. It started just fine, but appeared to be stuck. We got out and checked, and sure enough, the tires on the passenger side had sunk into the mud. This road didn't have any barriers on the side, so it just went from the road to grass and dirt. I tried pushing it while Maya steered, but it was not budging at all. But then, when we finally got some movement, it began sliding more into the shoulder, almost like it was fishtailing. I'm sorry, I'm not good with cars at all, and I'm not sure how to better describe it. At this point, there was no way that we were going to be able to get the car out alone. We got back in the car, now soaked, and grabbed our beach towels from our bags. Cue the worried feelings again. Now, we were definitely stuck in the storm, in the middle of nowhere, late at night, and had no options. I still didn't have a signal, and neither of us had any other ideas. I just really hoped that we wouldn't start hearing tornado sirens too. We just grabbed some snacks from our food bag, and we tried to wait it out and hope for the best. Honestly, this whole thing took a lot out of us, not to mention the whole drive prior, so we both started getting drowsy. As we were laying back, trying to relax and stay calm, we saw lights coming from the opposite direction towards us. And to our surprise, they slowed down, stopping next to us, and rolled down their window. It was an older man in a pickup, and he said the best thing that I had heard that night. "Y'all need some help?" We probably should have been a little hesitant at first, but for the same reasons as above, middle of nowhere, stranger, etc., etc. But we were so desperate that we decided to take the risk. The man got out of his truck, put some kind of board between my back bumper and his front, and then pushed my car while Maya steered it. It came out like it was nothing, and the man's truck plowed right through the mud too. And by the end of it, we were all completely exhausted, soaking, and freezing. But finally, with the man's help, we managed to get our car back on the road. He even followed us to the next exit, which had a McDonald's, to make sure that we made it out okay. We were incredibly grateful to that man. He could have kept on driving, he could have been a creep, and we would have had nowhere to go. But instead, he stopped and helped two dumb girls stuck in a ditch. We tried to pay him as a thank you, but he refused and said that he was just happy to help. We went in, used their phone to call my parents, her grandparents, to give them all an update, and then we decided to sleep in our car in the parking lot for a few hours, just hoping that by the time that it was lighter out, the rain would have dissipated. Thankfully it did, and we made it to her grandparents' place with no other issues. Overall, it ended up being a great trip, but I told Maya that never again will I drive anywhere in the rain with her. Well, I'm partially joking, but it was also nice to see that there are still good people out there willing to lend a hand. Hi there. I wanted to share an experience that I had when I took a cruise with my friend Raquel. We wanted to go in the summer after we finished our semester, but there was a crazy good deal on one coming up for spring, so we decided to make it our spring break trip instead. With the timing, we would probably miss the first few days back, but we both thought that it was worth it. The first few nights were fantastic, but it was several nights in that weird events began to occur. I started feeling unwell, So I told Raquel that I was going to head back to our cabin. After my nightly routines, I laid in bed, trying to fall asleep while watching some show on my laptop. I had finally started falling asleep when something caused me to wake up. I lay there in the dark, trying to drift back off when I started hearing whispering. I ignored it at first, thinking that it was just people in the halls. But then it dawned on me that it was very clearly whispering. It was normal to hear people talking and laughing in the halls, but it was always muffled. This was a very clear whisper. I turned back over to see if maybe Raquel had come back, or if it was maybe something playing on my laptop. However, my laptop had gone to sleep mode and nothing was playing, and Raquel was of course nowhere in sight. I thought that it was weird, but I shrugged it off thinking that maybe it was someone outside, or maybe, since I wasn't feeling well, that my senses were just an overdrive and it made it sound closer than it was. I ended up just turning something else on Netflix and I fell back asleep. The next day, the whispering didn't even cross my mind. When I woke up, Raquel was in her bed, and then we got dressed and enjoyed another day. We were going to be at the Caribbean that day, so we didn't spend a whole lot of time on the ship. When it was time for us to get back on the ship, we planned on going to see the show that they were hosting. But I wanted to take a shower before, so we both went back to our cabin. After she changed, she said that she was going to head to the dining hall, and I agreed as I got in the shower. When I got out and dressed, I went back to the bathroom to do my normal makeup and my hair routine. And while I was in there, I started hearing the whispering again. This time, I was fully awake and cognizant. This was not a whisper coming from the hall. I walked out of the bathroom, I looked around the room, and when I didn't see anyone, I called out, "Hello? Raquel?" But I didn't get an answer. I went and I checked the door, and I saw that it was still locked too, so I was just confused. I could clearly hear a whisper. I couldn't make out any words, but it may have been because it also sounded really fast. This kind of spooked me, so I quickly finished what I was doing and I went to find Raquel. I met up with Raquel as she had already found a table for us and she was enjoying a drink when I showed up. After I sat down and we talked briefly, I mentioned the whispering to her. I asked her if she had come back to the room at some point while I was still in there, and she confirmed that she never did. I told her about the whispering that I had heard, and she thought that it was weird too, but also tried to be reasonable about it, saying that it probably was still people in the hall, or maybe the next room, or maybe it was just the sound of the AC kicking in or something. I certainly wanted it to just be something like that, so I told her that she was probably right, and I let it go so we could enjoy our night. As the night died down, we made our way back to our cabin. We were both a bit intoxicated, and we were pretty tired, so after a quick change, we both crashed on our beds pretty hard. However, I woke up at some point needing to use the restroom, so I turned on my side light, made my way in there, but it was when I came out that I was a bit spooked. As I opened the door, I saw Raquel had turned her light on and she was staring right at me, with her eyes wide open. She looked terrified, and I asked her what was wrong. She asked me if I heard it too, and I didn't know what she meant at first. But then, I finally caught on. She had heard the whispering too, but this time, she said that she could make out the words. She said she heard, "Don't leave me." And it sounded like it was right next to her ear. She first thought that I was messing with her because she heard me get up, but when she flipped over and saw the door closed and the light on, she knew that I wouldn't have had the time to do that, then run to the bathroom, turn the light on, and then shut the door. I was internally screaming at this point. I wanted to say that I knew I wasn't crazy. But then I realized I wasn't crazy. It was something that we both heard, so we knew that it was real. We immediately turned on all of the lights and looked all over the room, including under the beds, in the closets, the wardrobe, and the drawers. I don't know what we were hoping to find. A person? Some kind of device replaying someone talking or whispering. But in the end, we found nothing. We were wide awake and entirely too freaked out to sleep at that point, so we just laid in bed watching TV. We kept talking about it, going back and forth between what we thought could be rationalizing it. So, we were probably just mistaken. I think we finally fell back asleep with all the lights and the TV on at around 4 in the morning. Needless to say, that was a lazy day for us. But thankfully, we were going to be at sea for the whole day. I think we both agreed to forget about it and just tried to relax. We spent a lot of time in the pool and spa and ate about every chance we got in between. And that night, we parked ourselves on our beds and planned on watching movies with the lights on until we fell asleep. But this time, in the middle of a movie, we heard what sounded like light tapping on our door. We both looked over and thought that since we both heard it, maybe it was someone that worked there, or maybe someone just went to the wrong room. I then got up to go see who it was, but when I looked out the eye hole, I saw nothing. It was pitch black, like someone was covering it up. That made me hesitate on opening the door, so instead, I just called out, Can I help you?" But I didn't get a response. I stepped back from the door to let Raquel know what happened, which caused her to get up and go to the door too. However, when she looked out, it was clear and no one was there. So, we both agreed to open the door, and of course, no one was out there. We stepped out, looked down on one side of the hallway where the stairs and elevator were, then down the other hall where it was just a dead end. But this time, we actually did see someone. There was a woman standing at the end, her back towards us, and was seemingly looking out the little window. But the weirdest part was how this lady was dressed. She had on one of those old-fashioned ball gowns. We both just stood there and whispered to each other about it, when we both felt a huge rush of cold air sweep by us. Well, that's all it took for Raquel as she turned back around saying, "Oh hell no," and then went back in the room. I followed quickly behind her and saw that she was already on the phone calling services. She requested that an employee come to our room because someone was obviously trying to pull a prank on us. I could tell the tone of her voice was teetering between being angry and terrified. Someone did show up to our room, and she explained the whole situation, talking about how we kept hearing whispering and the person standing at the window. I think the guy tried his best to take our complaint seriously, but I could also tell that he did not care. He said that he would go check the cameras and see who it was so that they could speak to the culprit. But being too freaked out to stay in our room anyways, we followed him to the front to watch the camera with him. We were better off just going back to bed and pretending nothing happened. We first stood at the desk while we waited for the guy to go back in the room and then checked the cameras. When he came back, he looked confused and asked us again for a rundown of what happened. After we explained everything again, he asked us to follow him to the back where he showed us the footage. We saw the hall with our door on the right and all the way to the end where the window was. There was no movement and no people. It was completely still. And then, unexpectedly, the light seemed to dim or just got slightly darker, similar to what you might see if someone put their hand or something else in front of the light or above the camera, creating a shadow. So, it was there for a few seconds, and then shortly after the light went back to normal, you could see us open the door and then walk out. We stood there, looked around, and then looked back towards the window and at each other, pointing out the person before then running back in. We saw this all play out again, except there was no lady at that window. We were shown staring in the direction, but there was nothing there. The guy looked confused and didn't know what to say to us. And I stood there dumbfounded myself, but when I looked over at Raquel, she was obviously terrified and confused. The only thing she said was, "I know what I heard, and I know what I saw, and I'll be damned if I have to sleep in that room another night." The guy then escorted us back to the desk and asked us to wait there. The whole time Raquel kept looking around the area, eyes wide like she was paranoid. I have never seen her like this before. And the only thing I knew she was afraid of were bugs. But usually, she just ran away from them, letting out some kind of yelp. But she looked terrified. I tried asking her if she was all right, and she just said, "I know you saw it too." Surprisingly, the guy came back and said that he could move us to another cabin, but that it would be a slight downgrade. And before I could say anything, Raquel said that it was fine, and we went back to get our things. We silently and quickly packed our stuff, and then we went to our new room, all while the guy was apologizing to us. And once we got settled in, we went to bed saying very little with the lights and TV still on. The next day, Raquel had done a complete 180 and she was back to being her bubbly, enthusiastic self. And to both of our surprise, I'm sure, we didn't have another event for the rest of the trip. I asked Raquel again about it when we went home, and she refused to talk about it, saying that she didn't want any negative energy or bad spirits to follow us. So I was left on my own with the thoughts of what the hell we experienced. I'm conflicted to look into possible hauntings on cruise ships or mysterious deaths or disappearances. But while I may not be religious, what I saw and what Raquel told me is enough to make me hesitate. So instead, maybe I'll ask, has anyone ever experienced something similar while on a cruise? This happened to me back when I was in middle school about 15 years ago. Spring break was never anything special to my family other than just a week off of school. There were 4 of us kids, and now having 2 of my own, I understand why we didn't really go anywhere. Kids are really expensive, but it didn't really bother us. We all entertained ourselves and each other quite well. However, I did have a friend whose family was pretty well off. His dad had some sort of very official job. I was a kid at that time, so I don't know what it was exactly. But I remember him working long hours. He always wore suits and never really talked about work around us. However, they always took some pretty awesome vacations. I've seen pictures and souvenirs from when they went to different countries. So, for this story, I will call my friend Levi, in case his dad does have some job that I shouldn't really be talking about. Levi has always been pretty cool, We always got along really well and we hung out a lot. In fact, I have been invited to go with them to their lake house, which was a lot of fun. So, for spring break, I was invited again to join them at the lake. With my parents' permission, I did not waste time packing a bag to go. However, there was one little wrinkle in our whole plan, or at least the plan in my head. His cousin Skylar was going to be joining us. Now, Levi was an only child, but Skylar hung around so much that you might have thought that she was their kid too. She was a year older than me and Levi, but she always wanted to hang out with us. At first, I didn't have a problem with it because she seemed pretty cool, and yeah, pretty cute too. She would play the dumb games we played, watch TV with us or whatever. But I started noticing pretty quickly that she was a little weird. For example, we were outside trying to start their fire pit when we picked up an old log that was on the ground. Underneath it were tons of pill bugs and other bugs, I'm sure. And being the type of kids we were, we started picking them up and then throwing them at each other. I know it was dumb and mean, but that's just who we were, and we were kids too. Skylar was there, and she was even joining in on it. But then, she just stopped out of nowhere, and then started humming. We noticed her doing this, so we stopped to see what was happening. When she then crushed them in her hand, and then rubbed it on her face. Then she started laughing and chasing us, like she was going to wipe it on us. So, maybe not creepy, but definitely really weird, and especially being a girl. I was used to girls our age wanting to look pretty and nice, so it wasn't something that I expected at all. And by the look on Levi's face, he didn't expect it either. So, other than that memory, she's done some other weird things, such as when her mood would shift in a blink of an eye. We would be watching a movie and laughing, and she would just stand up and storm off angrily. I've seen his mom trying to talk to her, and she would just be screaming and pacing back and forth or rocking. Now, before you say anything, I know a lot more now as an adult, but I didn't understand any of this as a kid. I just tried my best to steer clear from her and just dealt with it as I really enjoyed hanging out with Levi. So anyways, back to our spring break. It was going to be me, Levi, Skylar, and Levi's parents. We got to the lake house, started making sleeping arrangements, and planning on what we wanted to do. We took their paddle boat out on the lake, and then we went fishing. We made a fire out there too, and even had a day out on their boat. It had actually been a lot of fun, and even Skylar was manageable with minimal breakdowns. At some point during the trip, his dad had to leave and wouldn't be back that following night. So it was just going to be his mom with us. She decided that she would get dinner for us instead of making it that night, so she left to pick it up, which was probably about 20 to 30 minutes away from the lake. Skylar was out on the back deck reading a book, and we were still inside at this time, playing a video game. We had brought our DS with us. His mom told us that she was leaving and that we could stay in or go out, but we couldn't leave the property, which was fine by us. We decided to go out back and fish from the dock as we didn't want to log out the paddle boat again. When we got out there, Levi realized that we had forgotten something, so he went back inside to look for it, and I decided to sit on one of the chairs next to Skylar and try to be nice to her. I asked her if she wanted to go fishing with us, and she said no. I asked her what she was reading, and she told me the name, but I can't really remember it now. But I hadn't heard of it before, so I asked her what it was about. She explained how it was about a woman whose husband was physically abusive towards her and tried to kill her. However, She lived, and she was taking revenge, going about some long drawn out plan to kill him. I remember saying something about it being intense, and she agreed, and then we sat there in silence. And then she said, "Could you imagine that?" I asked her what she meant, and she said, in almost a dreamy manner, "Someone you once loved trying to kill you. Oh, or killing them." I just kind of laughed and said that that's pretty freaky though. I guess that was the wrong thing to say because she slammed the book closed and gave me such an angry glare. She then stood up and said, "Well, I guess you wouldn't understand," and then stormed off inside. It was a weird situation, but I just went and set up my pole. Shortly after, Levi came back out and we started fishing, and I told him about what happened. He just laughed and then mentioned that it's best to just ignore most of the stuff she said, so I shrugged it off and we continued fishing. After some time, I had to use the restroom, so I walked off to go back inside. When I went in, I found Skylar standing next to the room that she was staying in, with her hands behind her back. I wasn't expecting her to be there since the hall light wasn't even on, but I just made a comment about her scaring me. She didn't budge. She just kept staring at me. I asked her if she was okay, and again, she didn't respond. So, I decided to continue with what I was trying to do, which meant that I had to walk by her. And as soon as I did, she lunged out at me, and I felt a sharp pain in my back, causing me to scream out. When I turned around, I saw Skylar holding a huge knife with this crazed look in her eye. I was still a kid, so I didn't know what to do other than run to my destination since it had a lock on the door. She swung the knife at me again and managed to cut me across my shoulder before I got the door closed. I locked it and then ran to the window as it faced out to the backyard, and I yelled for Levi. And while I'm yelling at him to get his crazy cousin, I heard her yelling at me, "Let me love you. Let me love you. You can love me too." I saw Levi run towards the house, and then I could hear them yelling at each other. She was telling Levi that she loved me and just wanted us to die together. She kept calling her crazy and telling her to put the knife down, but the only thing that I heard was her crying, and then a door slammed closed. Levi then came into the bathroom with me, locking the door, and helped me cover my back. Then he went back out, leaving me in the bathroom to call his mom. That felt like an eternity as I sat in the bathroom, having Levi going back and forth between me and Skylar. When his mom finally did return, I could hear her pleading to Skylar to open the door, and after Skylar screamed and cried, they both seemed to calm down. She then came to check on me and took me to the hospital due to the slash on my back apparently being pretty deep. I did have to get quite a few stitches on my back and some on my arm, but then I went back to the cabin and called my parents to let them know what happened. Levi's mom did most of the talking, and to my surprise, they let me stay the rest of the trip. I was expecting them to make me go home, but the rest of the trip went all right. Skylar was never left alone with us again, but I was too afraid to even be in the same room as her. So, that kind of ruined some of the fun for me. Overall, I still hung out with Levi after this, but it did leave a permanent scar, both physically and mentally. I asked Levi why she was always around at one point, because she had many more physical breakdowns, but nothing towards me, and I didn't understand. All he could really tell me at that time was that she was pretty much living with them now. My parents apparently even knew more than me, as they told me that she needed parents that loved and cared for her, so sometimes We just have to show people patience and time. It wasn't until I was older that I learned more. Skylar's parents weren't really in the picture, and after a pretty bad event in their family, Levi's parents won custody of her. Her childhood obviously wasn't a normal one either, leaving her with her own trauma that she had to work through. I don't know if what I experienced with her was something that she experienced or was just how her brain worked, but I definitely don't blame her now. But let me tell you, being chased and stabbed with a knife when you're 15 was one of the most terrifying things that I have ever experienced. While I was going to school to become a registered nurse, I took a job working the front desk at a local hospital. The job itself was pretty easy. I checked people in and out, took calls, and I directed them to different units. I also scheduled appointments, just pretty simple stuff, you know. And to be honest, the hardest part was probably dealing with a printer. And even better, I typically worked the graveyard shift. My classes started at around 9, so I would get off in time to sleep a few hours, go to school, eat, and then sleep some more, and then right back to work. So, there was even less work to do overnights, unless it was a Friday or Saturday. Those seemed to be the busiest nights. And no, I did not have much of a social life at that time. I had plenty of friends, of course. I just chose to get straight into schooling and work as much as I physically could so I could save up money. And that way, I could have more money and possibly free time when I land my dream job. I guess I had goals, if anything. Anyways, so this happened one of those nights. The only person to have shown up had already been called back, so the waiting room was empty. The TV was on some kind of game show, and I was sitting at the desk working on homework. The whole front of the building was a plain wall except for the small cutout that had glass sliding doors that led into another small square glassed area. And then there was another set of doors that then brought you into the building. So, if someone comes in straight from the front, I could see them enter both sets of doors. However, if someone were to come in from the side lot or walk up from the side, I may not see them enter the first set of doors. That's what happened with this lady. I had my face down in my textbook when I heard the whooshing sound of the doors open. I looked up and I saw a lady approaching the counter. Because of where I work, I pay attention to how people look and try to understand the current state that they may be in. And with her, I noticed right away that something wasn't right. She was very thin and frail looking, but judging by her overall build, her demeanor, and her way of talking, she looked like she couldn't have been more than 40. She had on a huge jacket that she was nearly swimming in, which immediately alarmed me because we saw people dressed like that when they were trying to hide a wound, a weapon, and for women, sometimes a very pregnant belly. Her hair was stringy and oily and pulled into a bun, and her face was so sunken in with dark bugs under her eyes. I asked how I could help and what she was there for, and she said that she actually didn't need a doctor but asked for my help specifically. She was talking a mile a minute, jumping around in her story, but what I got out of it was that her car broke down and asked if I could come look at it. She said that she was trying to go see her mom, who lived a few hours away, who had been at home dying of cancer, but that's why she ended up here. At first, I really did feel bad for her. I knew my fair share of friends and family that had cancer, and I know how scary that could be, so she immediately got my sympathy. However, I was not and never have been a car person. even though I'm a guy, and I guess people expect me to know these things. I can get my own gas and check fluids, but that's about it. So I told her that I wasn't really a car guy, and she said that it was okay and insisted that I just come and see if I might notice anything. I again explained that I wouldn't be of any help and also said that I couldn't leave the building since I was the only person working the front desk. But she started to become more agitated and pushy on having me look, and as she pleaded, she started adding to her story, and it wasn't making any sense anymore. She kept saying her kid was dying and needed to get home to her, but earlier, she said that it was her mom dying. I was catching all these discrepancies, and it was starting to make me feel more suspicious about the whole situation I was in. So I tried to slow her down as I walked with her towards the door, hoping that this would also help, and ask her what exactly was happening to the car. She first wouldn't say more, then it wouldn't start, so I tried clarifying to see if it died while she was driving, or if she was trying to start it. Did she get any lights and so on? But no matter how much I tried, she wouldn't give any more information other than, I don't know, it won't start. Please, can you just come and look at it? The more I questioned her, the more flustered and agitated she became, almost in tears that I wouldn't go out there. So I just stopped and asked her if she was okay, if maybe she was in some sort of trouble, which is when she finally let go of my arm and stepped back saying that she was fine. I told her that I would call a tow truck for her as they could at least be more helpful than I was. And then she screamed at me not to call anyone. And I stood there, waiting to see what she would do next when she walked out angrily saying, "Ugh, just never mind, I'll go figure it out." I stood there to see where she would walk to, and I noticed that she walked to the side where I could no longer see her. I thought it was weird, but then went back to my desk. However, the whole interaction was still eating at me, so I decided to ask one of the med techs in the back if they could watch the desk while I stepped outside for a quick break, and they agreed. I wasn't lying about that part. I couldn't leave the desk unattended. They agreed, and once they came up, I walked outside and towards the side of the building, staying as close to the wall as I could. And that's when I saw the woman and what I assumed to be her car, as well as some guy. They were seeming to be in a pretty heated argument by the way that they were throwing their hands, and he was punching the car. I wasn't close enough to really hear what was being said, but the only thing that I could make out was, "Well, you go." But even worse, after a few more minutes of back and forth, they both got in the car, him in the driver's seat, and then they drove off without a single issue. I went back into the building, pretty spooked at this point, and told the guy watching the desk what just happened. He agreed that it was really suspicious, but since they left and didn't really do anything, said that ultimately, there was nothing that we could really do. I continued working that night, but that weird feeling kept lingering. What was her end goal? What was her plan after I got out of there? The fact that there was a guy out there with her and that the car started just fine freaked me out, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I may have avoided a horrible situation. I'm curious if anyone else has heard similar stories like this. Could it have been an attempted robbery? A kidnapping? I have no clue, but I try not to think about what could have happened to me. And thankfully, I never saw them again. I just hope that no one else ever fell for their sinister scheme. I work overnights at a 24-hour diner. You can probably guess what company. I'm used to weird people and odd things happening. But tonight was just too much. The restaurant backs up to a field that has a tree line, and my cook and I went out back to smoke. We could hear someone yelling in the distance, but we got a lot of homeless people that come through town that usually are harmless, so we just shrugged it off as weird and then went back inside. Later, I came out again to smoke and throw away some trash in the dumpster that is next to the field. It was stupid to go over to it, but I hadn't heard him again. So as I am walking away from the dumpster, I hear, "Hey, come here. Hey, come here." It was much, much closer than when we had heard him yelling the first time. I went inside and got my co-worker, who owns a car with a spotlight on it. We shined it out in the field, which again, not smart, and we admit that, but we couldn't see where he was. But he just kept saying, "Hey girl, come here, come on." I called the cops by this point because it was just too fucking weird. And as soon as I get off the phone with them, he comes walking out of the field. He's an older man wearing a tan trench coat, and my coworker and a customer ran back inside because this dude was hauling ass across the parking lot. He started to come towards the door, and I called the cops again. My cook then cut him off and told him that he needed to go. And the man was acting erratically, yelling at my cook and said, "Ha, I'll end your life next time that I see you, fucker." He kept moving his jacket by his waist like he was flashing a weapon, but I couldn't see anything from inside. The cops got him down the road, and an officer came by and basically said that the guy is homeless and not mentally stable. We told him everything that happened, and my cook pressed charges on him. The officer told us that there wasn't anything that they could do, and he wouldn't give her his name, so they just let him go. Basically, they ended it with, "Oh, by the way, he's known to carry a knife in his waistband. Just call us if you need us, okay?" He then came back, again hauling ass across the neighboring parking lot and then back into the field. We could hear him screaming and yelling, "Hey, come here," again and again. But we got busy when the bars closed and haven't heard him yelling since. But I know he's still back there because I had caught him sleeping behind the dumpster before. My manager comes in the morning, and I'm going to try to get her to let me take a picture of him off the security tapes so I can warn the other third shift workers. The field that he is camping out in also backs up to a middle school, but the cops said again that there was nothing that they could do. Hopefully he moves on and leaves us alone, or the cops can get him on something where no one gets hurt. This happened a long time ago. I was a petite and small girl, and I was only about 18 to 19 years old, and I worked at a junior food store in Kentucky. There was a couple incidents that happened to me in the short time that I worked there. I have several other stories, but those are for another time. The store was somewhat isolated, and I was left all alone for most of my shifts. My manager, who happened to be married, and another employee that happened to be my manager's best friend, would leave to meet their boyfriends. Some of my duties consisted of sweeping the parking lot and measuring the gas after closing at midnight. I hated doing this by myself. There weren't any other businesses open anywhere close to me, and this was back around 1984, so of course, there were no cell phones. I was very naive at that time, And one night, I received a phone call from a man asking if we had any Playboy magazines. I informed him that yes, we do have Playboy and a few other magazines. He asked me who was the centerfold in the Playboy, and the phone that I was using was a cordless phone at that time. I politely told him just to wait for a minute. I looked in the magazine and I told him the name of the model. But he then asked me if her pussy looked juicy. I froze and I hung up on him. And thank goodness he didn't call back. It scared me so bad, and I really felt like an idiot for even looking up the centerfold for him. The second incident was a lot scarier than a previous one. When I was hired, I had been instructed to call the police if anyone stayed out in the parking lot for more than 15 minutes. There weren't many people that came into the store after dark, and that night, I was scared for my life. It was no difference. I had completed my duties at that time, and I was just waiting until I could close the door and then go home. But a man pulled up right in front of the door in a light-colored car. I have never been able to distinguish the make and model of any car in my life. I just waited for him to come in, happy that someone would break the silence of my shift. I could see him as I stood by the cash register. He was leaning over, looking at himself in the rear-view mirror, and he continually wiped his face with his hands. I couldn't see anything on him from where I was standing, and I immediately got a really bad feeling about what he was doing. When he had pulled up, I had glanced at the clock and the time crept by as I watched him wipe his face over and over. I waited 15 minutes, and then I called 911 and I told the dispatcher about the situation. In no time, 2 police cars pulled up and confronted the man. I watched them handcuff him, but I didn't see anything else due to the fact that another customer came in to buy some gas. It seemed like forever before one of the officers came in to thank me for calling them and to ask if I was okay. And what he told me next made a shiver run through me, and my blood ran cold. He informed me that the man had been wiping blood off of his face, and there was a huge butcher-type knife with the handle broken off, and it was covered with blood as well. He said that the man appeared intoxicated, and since his car was running, they arrested him for DUI. And the officer then added that they had contacted his family and everyone appeared to be okay. He added that they didn't know whose blood it was, but that they would continue to investigate to see if they could find someone that he had apparently hurt or killed. I had never heard anything in regards to the case, and I realized that anything could have happened to me that night, and I quit shortly afterwards. So, phone guy and bloody guy with a blood-covered knife, let's not meet again. Back around 2006, I worked as a contracted security guard. I worked at a lot of different places such as hotels, hospitals, tech and banking buildings, you name it, I've been there. The job was always the same, with minimal rules varying depending on the business. I have plenty of stories of weirdos trying to get past me, like vindictive ex-workers and more, that I'll have to consider sharing in the future, but the ones that freaked me out the most were the ones that I have no explanation for. I am by no means a small guy, and just standing within inches of someone was typically enough to get them to back off, but I will nope right the hell out of a haunted house. So, when my next contract was a closed hotel, I was less than thrilled about the idea. But I bucked up and I told myself that I could make it through the month and a half that I would be there. The hotel was empty because it had been shut down and the owners went bankrupt. The people or debtors, I guess, had rights to the property, furniture, and whatever else that was in the building. So, they hired security guards to monitor it until they were able to retrieve everything that they wanted. I worked some of the day shifts when they needed someone to cover it, but usually I just worked the overnight ones. There was always a shift partner, so we were never alone, so that definitely helped a lot to keep my mind busy so I didn't dwell on the creepiness around me. If you've ever been in a large empty or abandoned building, you may understand what I mean. The eerie silence is intense. When you look around and see the building is in good condition and looks like you should see people coming out of the pool area, sounds of doors opening, people walking around, and you see none of this, it kind of puts you in a situation where you feel like you should be on guard. Sorry, it's kind of hard to explain. Definitely like something bad is happening that you aren't aware of or will happen. It's just an unsettling feeling, really. Anyways, it was probably about 2 a.m. or so, and my shift partner Trent and I were talking about food when we became really hungry. We didn't really have a lot of places nearby that delivered, so he offered to go grab something for us. This is where my stomach was louder than my brain. I thought that I could totally handle being alone for a short amount of time until he got back, so I agreed, and then he left. So, I was sitting there at the front desk, just waiting for time to pass. I played some stock game that was on my phone, given to us by our work, and then I pulled out the small rubber ball that I had found earlier that was in my pocket. I started bouncing it off the floor to the wall, and I would catch it and just repeat this over and over. Until one of these cycles, I was suddenly disrupted. The ball was coming back to me when it just seemed to fall to the ground. It was almost as if someone blocked it from coming back to me, just causing it to stop. It was definitely weird, but I just chalked it up to losing momentum. Maybe I didn't throw it very hard. So, I went to pick up the ball. When I started hearing a thumping noise, it made me stand up straight, stiff as a board when I heard it. Then I noticed that the thumping sound was in the same pattern that I was causing with throwing the ball. A thump to the floor, thump from the wall, and thump after catching. I stood there listening to this on repeat for several cycles. I first thought that someone must be in here and maybe they're doing something else and it just conveniently sounded the same. Or someone was messing with me. So I decided to check the floor above me where it sounded like it was coming from. I took the stairs and I started looking over the floor. I didn't immediately see anyone, so I continued looking down the halls, checking if any doors were open. We were given a master key that opened any and all doors in the hotel, including all the rooms, but from what I could see, there were no open doors. But then, I heard what sounded like a door opening or closing. I turned to look towards the hall, where I thought it was coming from, and I made my way in that direction. This is where I started feeling anxious. Something wasn't right, and I didn't know what it was, but not seeing the cause of the sound immediately was starting to make me panic. With my hand on my taser, I shouted, "This premises is closed to the public. You should leave now, or you will be prosecuted by the owners." I was hoping that I sounded burly and threatening and didn't let my fear show through. But I was even more so hoping that whoever it was would just leave. However, It wouldn't be that easy. As I stood there and started to make my way down the hall, I heard what sounded like feet stomping or running, but I still was not seeing anything. The stomping continued to get louder and faster, like it was coming towards me, and I froze, not knowing what to do. And then, suddenly I felt a strong shift in the air and it got really cold. This is where my fight or flight finally kicked in, but I wasn't about to fight something that I couldn't see. So I darted back downstairs to the first floor and out of the front door. I refused to go back in that building alone, and I called Trent to see where he was at. He said that he was pretty close by, so after he hung up, I took a minute to pull myself together and went back in, but I turned all the lights on the bottom floor. We usually just had the light on at the desk in the lobby, but I wanted to be able to see all around me at this point. And when Trent got back, I told him that I thought that I heard sounds upstairs, but I didn't find anything. I played it off as possibly hearing things or just echoes, so he brushed it off too. We never had another experience that night though. I had to work there the next night, but I had a different shift partner, and he seemed nervous from the start. I'm not one to make fun of people's fears, but I did ask him what was up. He then explained how the place gave him a really weird, off feeling that he just couldn't shake. I asked him to explain more, and he told me his past experience, which was similar to mine. He then mentioned the stomping and the running noises that he heard, so I probably shocked him when I started rambling about my paranoia of this place too, but he agreed with me. We both joked about how under no circumstances that we would go to the second floor, and we definitely weren't going anywhere alone. After talking to some other guys that worked there, one of them mentioned how he was friends with one of the previous owners, and they told him that he felt the place was haunted as they experienced the same thing. I was mentally freaking out, but I was glad to know that I wasn't just being a coward and that others were experiencing this too. But then, I had to acknowledge that this, whatever it was, existed. I did work through it, but I tried to swap shifts as much as I could because I just don't really do ghosts. Thankfully, I never had another experience, but I also avoided any situations that may have given me one. Oh, and they have since leveled the place, so good riddance, I guess. Hi, I listened to your podcast at nighttime during the long graveyard shifts, so maybe one of your spooky stories influenced this. Kidding aside, my office is open 24 hours a day, with service personnel numbers dropping to low levels during the night and especially during holidays like New Year's or Christmas. My job was to keep an eye on the servers to ensure things were running okay. My job could easily be replaceable, but the company boasts that there is a 24-hour technician supervision. Essentially, I spend most of the time on my phone, relaxing, playing games, and really doing nothing. The hardest part is not being so bored that I fall asleep. I also work the day shift too, depending on the month. Around the office, things have been moved or gone missing for a while now. It's typical office stuff. People steal or move things sometimes, and it happens. But what irritated me was when one of the customer service reps, who is into spiritual things, would say, "Oh, the office ghost is playing up." Or, "Steve is up to something again." "Yeah, sure, Carol. A damn ghost cares about what goes on at the company. It was a shift over a long weekend with a public holiday on Monday. No one wanted the shift, but since I needed the extra cash, I was happy to take it. Other than a security guard who would come by at midnight to the early morning and a cleaner finishing her shift, I was there all alone. I was sitting at my desk, texting my girlfriend, when I thought I saw someone standing in the hallway. I jumped and I immediately looked to see no one there. I mentioned it to my girlfriend. She laughed at me and then told me to send a picture of the hallway, and so I did. She then sent back a poorly photoshopped image of a ghost on top with the word boo and told me that she was going to show the picture to her friends. We laughed and chatted until she went to bed. I then walked through my floor to stretch my legs, then waved at the security camera. When I thought I saw another figure standing there, I returned to my desk to send a message to Jeff, the security guard. I asked him if he had seen anyone or if he was on the floor. He then told me that he wasn't and asked what was wrong. I told him that I saw someone, and he said that he was going to take a look. There was a pause. I'm guessing that he was going through all of the cameras, and then he came back and told me that he hadn't seen anyone, but that he'll continue to look around. After about an hour or so, he came to my desk and told me that he had gone outside to see if there were any cars, but there was no sign that anybody was there, at least not since the cleaning staff left, and that he had checked the car park and the lower levels of the building, but there was no one. I figured that I was maybe tired. I remember listening and trying to discreetly look at the time. while he was talking to me. We were talking about all sorts of things like life, what we were going to do after work, our families, just general conversation, when we both noticed a shadow figure. It was faint but visible, and it was walking down the hallway. It moved from one room to another before it disappeared. It had that vaguely humanoid shape of a head, torso, arms, and legs, but I couldn't tell if it was wearing clothes or not. I gave him a "I told you so" kind of look, and Jeff looked stunned by what we had seen. I asked him if he saw it too, and he said he did, and neither of us spoke about it again. From what I know, no one has died on the property, and I don't know if the land is haunted or whatever. The building is still pretty new, so I doubt that it has any historical significance. Oh, and the photo that I sent my girlfriend didn't have anything on it other than a boring empty hallway, in case you were wondering. I was going to send the joke pic in, but I decided against it. If anything else happens around the office, I'll let you know and try to get a picture to see if the mystery ghost makes an appearance. Now, I don't know if Jeff was either pulling a joke on me or a ghost is haunting the building, but I assume that Steve is real, and I can't say that I have seen or felt anything similar even when I've worked a couple more night shifts. I really don't know. I can't explain what happened. I went to this small-sized school that had K-12 in a huge building that circled the statue. So, on one side of the statue, that was elementary school, and the other side is middle or high school. Middle school and high school had different bell systems, but we all shared the same teachers for certain classes. Gym was one of those classes, a mix of middle and high school kids, and I was a freshman at that time. We had a teacher who we called Mr. Fouts. He was a small, muscular guy, and I stood over him, and at first, he was a super chill dude. Everyone loved the guy, even the teachers did. I didn't really see the hype in that dude, but he was okay. I never got a creepy vibe with him. Well, it wasn't until we had to do some sprints or whatever, and I was pretty good at it. He had me come after class to discuss a few things with me. I did, and he wanted me to join the girls' cross-country team, said that I was exceptional and that they could use a runner like me. I told him that I wasn't interested in playing, even though I did like running, and he was okay with the fact that I was on the fence about it. He then told me how my speed would help get the team to some contest or whatever, and also said how nice I ran. I didn't think much of this, but I told him that I would consider it. Over the course of a few days, he started to talk to me more often, then stared at me, and we did more running activities than normal. Girls were always on him, and whenever he asked me to see him after class, there was at least 2 girls in his office. He never let me off joining cross country, so I started to bug my parents. There was an event at my school which my parents would have an opportunity to meet him. I presented Mr. Fouts to my parents, and I didn't notice anything weird, but after they chatted, my stepdad pulled me to the side and said that I wasn't going to join cross country and that I need to switch out of gym. I was mad and I was confused. I asked him why, and he said that until we get home, he would tell me. When we got home, he told me that he doesn't trust Mr. Fouts. He seemed like a predator, and the reason why was because as they were talking, he would turn to check out a few girls who were passing by. And then he mentioned how nice I ran, my form, and the way my legs look as I ran. He said that I had the perfect body for a runner. I was in disbelief, and I told my dad to stick it where the sun don't shine. He was hysterical, and he told me to open my eyes and look closer. I did hate my dad at that moment for being overly protective and dismissing the fact that Mr. Fouts was just a well-liked guy. But after that, I did notice the little things. He would look at me up and down, and he always found a way to pull me out of class to talk to him about my parents. He started to call me Lolita, like the book, and then the final straw. He had me come in after class. I went to his office and it was just the 2 of us. I asked him what he wanted, and he had me sit down. He was disheveled looking, and the office was dim. He asked me again if my parents reconsidered. I told him no, and he chuckled. I was feeling uneasy and scared. He then got up and sat next to me, told me that I had a big opportunity in cross country, and then proceeded to tell me how nice my legs were, how fit my body was, as he talked in a sexy, whispering voice. He put his hand on my shoulder, and it slowly moved down my back. I was shitting kittens at that point, and I told him as clear as day, "I'm not doing cross country. I have other important things to do." And then I stood up and left. I was scared, and I was feeling gross. I went to my next class, and then I spent it going over in my head what had happened. I didn't think to go to the office or anything because he had the whole school on his side. And I didn't tell my stepdad because I didn't want him to be right and the fact that Mr. Fouts didn't do anything legally. So I just shut my mouth and I ignored that teacher for the rest of the first semester. We went back to how gym usually went, and the girls were still hanging out with Mr. Fouts. He then left to be a firefighter, and then he never returned. I still hear girls are friends with him on social media and stuff, but I guarantee that he screwed one of those girls. I'm just sure of it. He is one of the reasons why I stopped playing sports, which really sucks because I loved it. I now can't stand being called Lolita and people talking about my running. I think a lot of people would probably say that their freshman year of high school was pretty rough. And I'm sure a lot of those people are right and had valid reasons as well. I'm definitely not one to say that they were just being dramatic, because I too had a pretty bad freshman year. I didn't like talking about it for the longest time because I had some pretty bad self-esteem issues as is. But I have healed and I have become a lot nicer to myself since then. Also, I've come to understand that I also didn't deserve or warrant any of this, so I have no reason to blame myself. As my story goes, I was going to be a freshman at our local high school. New school, but it was the same school district, which meant that I would at least have friends there, so we could all be nervous and stressed together. I was a pretty normal kid growing up, or so I thought. I was the oldest of 4, so I was the first to go to high school. I wasn't outgoing, but I wasn't reclusive and shy either. I had a good amount of friends, and I did fine in school too. I always passed my classes with minimal issues. I hated math, but I still got through it. And I turned in a minimal amount of homework late. I didn't stand out in class or make myself known either. I was just there. But then things went a bit different in high school. Most of my classes were fine, except my chemistry class. Science was one of my favorite subjects, so I typically didn't have any issues. But chemistry seemed to be a bit more of a challenge for me. Not to mention, the teacher didn't help either. When I first started attending the class, I immediately got the feeling that Mr. Pendleton was going to be a hard ass. He was very curt in his speaking. He didn't really joke around and was always on a very specific schedule. He would get upset very easily if someone interrupted him during a lecture, including slamming his hand down on his desk or the whiteboard. He would do this ear-piercing whistle to get people to pay attention. It was always just very intimidating. I always thought that it was weird, to the point that I thought that if kids bothered you so much, why even be a high school teacher? Anyways, I did my best in that class, but I admittedly struggled with locating the elements on the periodic table and also their symbols. I knew some of the common ones, but I struggled with the rest. I tried asking him for help, like if he had any suggestions on making it easier, but with a dead stare, he looked at me and said, "Just memorize it, it's not that hard." And I walked away from that conversation thinking that I was truly in the wrong. As if I was the only one that ever had issues with it, and that's how I took it. Over time, I did not get better in that class. I continued struggling with some of the topics, and Mr. Pendleton did nothing to make me feel better about it. When I got my assignments back, he didn't just mark things as wrong. He would put some mean comments next to them, making me again feel like there was something wrong with me. We had a monthly quiz that we took going over what we all learned that month, and when he was passing out the grade quizzes, he would hand it out to some saying things like, "Do better. Next time, you study." But never encouraging or optimistic words. And then he got to me. He flipped open my quiz and asked a question out loud, calling out a specific person to answer. He confirmed that it was correct, then pointed out my incorrect answer. He tossed my quiz at me and let the whole class know that I had the worst grade, singling me out. Everyone was staring at me, and I had never been more embarrassed. I felt incredibly stupid at that point, and I just put my head down, feeling the eyes burning into my head. and I remember going to the restroom and crying. My parents did ask me about school and weren't dismissive, but they also didn't think that the situation was that bad. I do blame myself for part of that, as I didn't really tell them how bad it was or how much I hated that class. I told them about how I didn't like the class, how the teacher was really unnecessarily mean, and how I seemed to be singled out. I showed them my assignments with his remarks. I told them about being embarrassed in class and how I seemed to be the only one affected by it. They agreed that he seemed pretty mean, but said that they would talk to the principal about it. I even spoke to my friends and others that were in his class, and they all agreed that he was a complete jerk, but didn't understand why I was being picked on so much. Except one friend that usually excelled in a lot of classes. He basically blamed me, saying that I just needed to study more and he was just trying to push me to do better. I wasn't friends with that person much longer either. So, while I waited and hoped that my parents would actually be able to make a difference, I tried to push through the harsh words and embarrassment and really work my ass off to at least pass the class. I had friends help and devoted a lot of time to get through it, but I did it. When we took our quarterly test, I passed it with a low B, and I was very proud of myself. Apparently, Mr. Pendleton was not impressed by this though, as he slammed my test on the table and he made sure to ask out loud, "Did you copy off your friend's test?" With a friend being the person that sat next to me. They looked at me funny too, and actually started sitting somewhere else. So yeah, that didn't make me feel better either. He said because he couldn't believe that I miraculously got better overnight. I was pretty upset and quite frankly, I was fed up with being treated like this, so I defensively told him no and that I studied more since he wasn't willing to help us. The room was silent and the tension was thick, but I felt pretty good for saying it. Mr. Pendleton, however, was not amused and told me to stay behind after class. I was not looking forward to that, and in fact, I tried to blend in with everyone and leave at the same time, but he definitely noticed. He called me out with his booming voice, halting me in my tracks. I waited by the door, and once everyone left, he told me to go over to his desk. He then asked me why I told the principal that I was bullying him. I replied that I didn't say anything to the principal, which was true, and he yelled at me saying that I was again lying. He said some other unpleasant things to me, but for some reason, I was just over all of it, and I yelled back at him that I told my parents that he was being a jerk and that he shouldn't be a teacher. He responded back by slamming me against the whiteboard, holding me by my shirt and once again yelling some pretty hurtful things at me. I was honestly expecting him to try and hit me or strangle me. His face was red, and I could see the veins in his temple bulging out. I was terrified. Thankfully, Mrs. Stewart in the class attached to the right knocked and opened the door to see us in this position. I wish she wouldn't have knocked, because the knock was enough for him to let go of me. But judging by the look on her face, she knew something was wrong here. I was in tears, and I walked towards her to leave. She asked me if I was okay, and I said no, and Mr. Pendleton just sat back down at his desk. I went to the nurse and I asked her to call my parents, as I had gotten sick, so she did. When my mom came to pick me up, I told her what happened, and she immediately took me back to the school and to the office, and she went to talk to someone about it, and I just remember sitting there, worried that Mr. Pendleton was going to show up in the office. After that day, my mom would take me to school after the second hour, which is when I had his class, and I just collected my work for those first 2 classes. Mrs. Stewart also reported what she saw, so I guess having a witness was what gave the principal or whomever had that authority to suspend Mr. Pendleton. I was entirely relieved that he was gone, and I could tell that I wasn't the only one. The first couple of days without him were weird, but the sub definitely helped lighten the mood. By the end of it though, we were all able to be less formal and actually had a little fun in the class. I still had a hard time turning in tests and assignments, fearing that I was going to be made fun of or called out, and that anxiety bled over into my other classes as well. My freshman year was very difficult, and I struggled with my self-image as mentioned. It slowly got better over time, but I think that I really had Mrs. Stewart to thank for that. She helped me build my confidence again and really assured me that it wasn't me, but Mr. Pendleton. She actually confided in me saying that she had heard him shouting on many occasions and even at students from other and past classes, but she had never seen him put his hands on another student. I still wonder today if I was the only one, or if there were others that just were never caught or never said anything. Hell, I still don't understand why I was singled out so hard. I know that I wasn't the only one that wasn't doing well in the class, but I was the only one that seemed to be targeted, and I don't know why. He never returned to school, and I did much better after that. I just hope that he was never able to teach again, if that's how he treated students. I feel like this more so affected my mother instead of me, but being older now and also being a parent, I completely understand the fear and trauma it could have caused her. This took place in a small rural town in Virginia. I won't say more than that out of respect for my mother, but if not for her, I would blast the hell out of the sky here. Anyways, my parents lived here as a kid with their parents, and I do remember the town because I remembered visiting my grandparents there often. But when I was about 3 or 4, my parents moved out of there and into a larger, more populated city, saying that they wanted more options for me when it came to schooling and also friends, since the previous town was pretty secluded. And as for school, I had always done well until I started high school. I struggled in history and algebra. I don't understand why, because I normally loved math, but for some reason it was not clicking for me. The teacher was fine, but I can't say the same for history. They did nothing to help make anything interesting. He pretty just much made us read from this outdated textbook while he fell asleep at his desk. My parents saw the struggle the whole way because they had their own parent portal, and during one of the parent-teacher conferences, we all brainstormed some ideas. After some options were thrown around, we thought that it would be best to get a tutor to help. Apparently, I wasn't the only one struggling in history, and until the board made changes, some students created a study group. It was basically just a group of students working together, and they saw improvements in their grades, so they asked me to try it. I did like the idea though because it made me feel like I wasn't singled out. As for algebra, they did have tutor options through the school at no extra cost to my parents, so they suggested that I try that first. So for history, they basically just told me to show up on Tuesdays in the library and let someone know that I was there for the group study. And then, the algebra tutor was either a current or retired teacher volunteering. They try to stay consistent as to whom each student worked with to make it smoother, since everyone teaches differently. They told me that I would meet with the tutor at the school as well on Thursdays, so that following week, I went to the designated room and I was introduced to Mr. Michaels. My algebra teacher told me that he was a retired teacher, but that he loved to help students, so he still volunteered for this or even subbed a few classes before. I think I remember seeing him in passing before, but I don't recall ever seeing him in one of my classes as a sub. So, after a little talking between us and the teachers, we finally got into the work. It was Mr. Michaels, me, and about 3 or 4 other students. The first thing I remembered about him at that time was how patient he was and how much he actually seemed to listen to us. Granted that I had never been in trouble with school stuff before, so I was expecting to see some grumpy adult complaining about how they didn't understand what we didn't understand and that the work was easy and not actually help us. But instead, he broke down the equations and really focused on the parts that we struggled with to help us understand it better. And the more that I worked with him, the more confident I was feeling with my work and answers. After maybe just a few weekly sessions, I was starting to see improvements, and my parents were really proud of me for sticking with it as well. They asked me how I was feeling about it, and I explained everything to them. I even told them about the tutor and how he was a retired teacher, but that I had never seen him before. As the sessions continued, I found myself just talking to Mr. Michaels more. The sessions would typically be about 2 to 3 hours, but sometimes he would be escorted out of the school with security because we were staying so late. Sometimes there were other students that stayed behind with us, but usually it just ended with us in the room. So, whenever it came close to the end of the first semester, I wanted to do a pretty hefty review to make sure that I still understood everything, as well as fill out our little cheat sheet index card. We were all given one normal size index card that we could write whatever we wanted on it and then have it with us whenever we took our midterm exams. I remember it was getting close to closing when I made a comment about it being easier if we just did this outside of school, like a library or a cafe. Mr. Michaels didn't mind the idea either, so I went to use the phone in the room. Cell phones weren't really a thing that many kids had at this point in time. My mom answered, and I explained to her what I was wanting to do. I could tell by the tone in her voice that she didn't really like this, and at that time it confused me. She was reluctant but said that we could come home and then continue working in the living room or kitchen if we wanted to, but didn't want me to go anywhere else outside of the school. I was disappointed, but I told her that I understood, and then I hung up. I went and told Mr. Michaels about her response, and when I tried inviting him over, he then said that he actually had things that he needed to do as well, and then suggested that we just leave for the night and then continue the session next week, since we had one more week left before the exams. When I went home that night, I was still upset and explained to my mom as to why. All she really told me was that since it was school-related, it was best to keep it at school. This was a weird statement to me because some of us from the history study group once met up at a local fast food place, and she was okay with it. Why was she treating this so different? And fortunately, or I guess fortunately, I didn't mention that there were occasions where it ended up just being me and Mr. Michaels, and I felt bad that they weren't even able to clean the room until we were gone, and that's why we wanted to go somewhere else. This immediately caused a switch to flip, and my mother became visibly upset. She said, "I thought there were other kids there with you. How often do you end up alone with him? Is there anyone that ever goes in and checks on you at all?" I could tell that she was holding something back and not telling me, but since she was the parent, I wasn't going to push the matter. I just answered her questions honestly and watched as she became more and more visibly upset. She told me that I was not to meet with any adult alone ever again and told me that I needed to tell her or my dad immediately if it ever did happen. This obviously upset me as well. I was doing so much better, and I was so proud of the improvements that I had been making, but my mom couldn't seem to see that and was instead getting upset about something that she suggested that I do in the first place. I went to bed that night pretty mad and confused, and hardly said anything to my parents before I left for school the next morning. Since I didn't see Mr. Michaels until the following week, I was in my normal happier mood at school and at home. That next Thursday, though, all the emotions would come racing back when my mom surprised me with an early pickup from the tutor session. I would typically call her when I was done, and then she would come and pick me up as I waited outside. Mr. Michaels was pretty quick to leave after that, so he was never around by the time she got there. This time, she came into the school, and when she opened the door and made eye contact with all of us, all the color drained from her face. She told me that we needed to leave now and told me to pack up my stuff quickly. I was confused. She had never done this before, and this time, we weren't alone. It was me and Mr. Michaels, as well as another girl and a guy. Mr. Michaels stood up and just in a cold, non-personal tone said, "See you later," and then turned his attention to the other two. He had been sitting by me at that time, so he had gotten up and walked closer to the others, and I didn't understand any of this. When we got to the car, my mom took off quicker than I had ever seen her drive, and the first thing she said to me with a shaky voice was, "You are to never meet with Mr. Michaels again, do you understand me? Not alone, not with a group of people, never. If you see him coming towards you, you walk in the opposite direction. Do you understand me?" I didn't understand what was going on. I kept asking her what was wrong and to explain to me because she was scaring me, but I was also frustrated. Why was she doing this? Again, as her voice cracked, I could tell that she was holding back tears as she said that there are some things that you just don't need to know until you're older. I didn't even get the chance to really try and make any sense of this, nor would I even be in a situation where I would possibly run into him again. My parents kept me out of school for the rest of the week and the next. Taking those exams were a pain, but at least I got it done. There were several meetings that my parents had with teachers and also the staff, but I was always left at home with my grandparents. At least, we had the holiday break, so I didn't miss much school after that. But when I went back, I felt like I had so many eyes on me. Thankfully, my mom was already at the door waiting for me at the end of the day because I didn't even like riding the bus anymore. After the school year was finished though, we would move again and out even further from their hometown and the town where I had grown up in. It wasn't until I was older that I finally understood everything clearly. Mr. Michaels wasn't his real name, but was just the name he went by at that school. I don't know if maybe he used his middle name or what. However, he was a teacher at my mom's old high school from the first town. He was the type that tried to fit in with the kids and be cool and succeeded at that. He got a lot of kids to like him, including my mom. Unfortunately, his intentions were a little more sinister. Over a period of a few months, he assaulted my mother, taking advantage of her when they were alone. It started when he gave her rides home and was even brazen enough to try stuff at the school, all while trying to convince my mom that it was for her own good, so that she would pass. My mom ended up dropping out of high school because of this. Sadly, Her parents didn't believe her at first until she talked to some other girls that confessed to being a victim as well. I'm not sure of all the legal details, but basically, he was never actually charged with anything because no one had evidence and then he fled. He was nowhere to be found, like he just fell off the face of the earth, and of course, no one cared. After my mom met my dad and had me, they wanted to move away due to all the bad memories of that town. They settled into a place, and that's where I grew up and began going to school. I'm sure her experience was always in the back of her mind, but she always went to the conferences and met any and all teachers and staff to make sure that she was involved. Unfortunately, she never met the tutor because there never really was an opportunity to do so. Not to mention, everything else at the school so far had been fine. I don't think anyone really expected this same creep to show up years later in a town and school several hours away using a different name. So of course, it was quite the shock to my mom when she saw him in the room with me. Sadly, I assumed that he recognized my mom too, because even with all the meetings and complaints that she had with the school board, he was long gone again. No one saw him again, and apparently, the contact information that they had for him didn't work anymore either. I didn't know if he had any sinister plans with me or any of the other kids, but it just makes me sick these days knowing I was in the same room as him and alone at that. Not to mention, now he's gone again and he could literally go anywhere. I don't think it would be fair to call me paranoid either when I say it's never a bad idea to be suspicious of anyone, especially adults that are around children or other vulnerable people. And most importantly, not only do I hope I never see him again, but I hope that he never sees another child. This happened about 10 years ago. I was attending a really crappy university. I was working 4 nights a week, and I could afford little more than dinner each day. Rent and gas money really killed me financially. I really needed a job to survive, and this all happened before I was working. It was summer of my second year. It was one of the hottest days of the year, and on days like that, I always went to study on campus to enjoy the free aircon. In the library, they have a bulletin board where anyone can post any personal advertisements. I often check the board because sometimes you could pick up some easy work. For example, high school students looking for a tutor. Other times, there would be interesting advertisements too, like, "Study a foreign language with me. I like the sense of community." And that sort. When I approached the board that day, I saw the following advertisement. Cleaner wanted to help clean a room, 5,000 yen per half day. Please contact Tanaka. This was some good timing because I had just taken a test and I was about to have a week off. 5,000 yen was a lot to me. It's about $45. That would get me back to my hometown for a couple of days, I thought. And as soon as I got back to my dorm, I immediately called the number provided. "Hi, I'd like to apply for the cleaning job you posted." The voice on the other end of the line responded. It sounded slightly bewildered. Oh, right. What days can you work?" I told him that I would work the full amount advertised. "All right. Well, you can start at 9 a.m. next Tuesday." I agreed, and he gave me the address. It sounded like a residential address, and I guessed by his voice that he was a man in his 30s. He sounded a little sick over the phone. My first day of work arrived. The morning was hot, but the sky was free of clouds. When I arrived at Mr. Tanaka's house, I felt the breeze of his aircon. I was worried that I was going to be working without one. I arrived 10 minutes early at 8:50. I rang the doorbell and a man came and answered it. "Right on time. Come on in," he said. He was a bit awkward, not one for chatting, and he wouldn't look me in the eyes when we spoke. I took my shoes off and I followed him into the house. After we introduced ourselves to one another, he explained what he needed. It was pretty easy stuff: help with moving heavy things, trips to the garbage dump, and some other light cleaning work. I was shocked by the things he was throwing away. It may have been trash to him, but to a student like me, they were treasures. He must have seen me admiring these things because he said, "If you want to keep anything, it's yours." So, I sorted some things into a keep pile, and I can't remember exactly what they were. I think there were a couple of games, some books, maybe a dirty magazine too. We were cleaning the room at a decent pace, and I was kind of enjoying it, to be honest. And before long, his room started to look very good. "Maybe we will call it a day here." I felt him suddenly look my way. It looked like he was pretending to think about it a bit longer, and then he said, "Yes, that's enough for today." Because I had worked a lot longer than half a day, he doubled my pay. I couldn't believe my luck. And then he said, "Are you free tomorrow for half a day?" I was over the moon to get another chance to make some easy money, so I agreed. I got on my bike with all of my cool new stuff, and I told him that I was looking forward to working with him tomorrow morning. When I got to his place, I found the door open. I craned my head around the door, and then I called out. He asked me to come in, and he was grinning when I walked in. "I have your money here. I'll leave it in this envelope over here." He grabbed me by my hand and then led me to another room. This was weird. His whole attitude seemed different. In this room, there was a walk-in closet. There was a heavy-looking suitcase, like one for travel. "This thing is so heavy. I need you to help me move it." "This is how it's going to work. I'll push from behind, and on my signal, I want you to pull as hard as you can. Is that all right?" He hopped over the suitcase and went into the walk-in closet. I couldn't see him beyond all the jackets, shirts, and etc. hanging up in there. And after a while, Mr. Tanaka shouted, "Pull." And as per his instructions, I pulled the suitcase as hard as I could. It weighed so much. What the hell did he have in there? I wondered. It must have weighed about 60 kilograms, and it was moving little by little, dragging slowly across the wooden floor. There was a clattering sound, and suddenly the suitcase felt incredibly light. "Mr. Tanaka?" I called out over and over, but there was no response. What the hell was this? Some kind of game he was playing? I didn't understand. There was still that rattling sound, but it had gradually went silent. 10 seconds or so passed, and I couldn't take it anymore. I pushed the shirts and jackets aside, and I will never forget what I saw. I saw Mr. Tanaka in the closet hanging from his neck. He must have been sitting or crouching on the suitcase that I pulled away, and he was suspended on the clothes rail in there. I ran over to help, tried my best to pull the rope from around his neck, but it wouldn't budge. My mind raced with panic thoughts. Then one clear one came to me. I need something sharp to cut the rope. Mr. Tanaka wasn't moving. This was really bad. The rope was way too thick for scissors to be of any help, and I had no choice. I had to try and get a neighbor to help. The police and the ambulance services arrived, and I was interviewed by the police at the scene. My parents traveled up, and when they arrived, I remember that I just broke down and I bawled my eyes out. Mr. Tanaka was taken away in an ambulance. He lived through the night, but passed away in the morning of the next day. I couldn't save him in time. The least that I could do for him was to finish cleaning. I thought that it would help me to do that too. It was so much to process. I made sure that his apartment looked good though. I had some strange compulsion to finish his final request. I went to take my payment, and inside the envelope was a note as well as the money that he had promised me. The note revealed that he had been laid off. His company had been looking to make cutbacks, and shortly after, he found out that his wife had been cheating on him with another man. His debt and loan seemed insurmountable to him, which is why he decided to end things. At the end of his note, he apologized to me for all the trouble that he had caused me. He explained how he needed assistance to go through with it, and the cleaning job was just a ruse to get me to help. I showed this note to the police, and it put me in the clear. The police even let me keep the money. And about a week went by, and Mr. Tanaka's sister got in touch. He had long been estranged from her. She revealed a certain truth that hasn't sat well with me, and I wish she didn't tell me. Mr. Tanaka was a believer in a certain dangerous cult-like religion. In that religion, the act of taking one's life is considered a terrible sin and is prohibited. If you did that, then you would be condemned to hell for all eternity. So he couldn't take his own life, and that's why he needed me. I was given 100,000 yen, or $900 from his family and his estate, for all the trouble that he had caused me. According to Mr. Tanaka's interpretation, am I now a murderer? I wonder if I would go to hell for killing someone for 115,000 yen. Share the story if you feel compelled to, and thank you so much for listening.
This terrible thing happened about 15 years ago. I was 20 years old and living alone. I came home from work, checked the post as I usually do, and found a sealed letter. It was a blank envelope. Inside there were 2 tickets to a concert and a letter. A love letter. The writer's feelings for me were quite clear. It went something like this. Let's meet at the concert. I'll keep my identity hidden until we meet. I'm sure you'll be surprised. I'm someone you know. I had a boyfriend at the time, and I had no idea who wrote that. I thought for a moment that I won a competition or something. I remembered that I entered one. But then I remembered that I had entered that competition only this morning, so there's no way that the tickets could be in my letterbox by the evening. Something wasn't right, so I didn't go to the concert. I thought that if it truly is someone that I know, as soon as they reveal themselves to me, then I'd apologize, and I'm sure if they are a decent and kind person, they'd understand my caution. The day after the concert, I found a threatening-looking letter stuffed into my letterbox. Why didn't you come? You idiot! Don't pretend like you aren't interested. This is BS. The first letter was gentlemanly in a sense, but this was the complete opposite. Back then, mobile phones weren't so common. As soon as I returned home from work, the moment I closed my front door, my home phone rang. I picked it up and the other party hung up. This happened often. I didn't get a call or letter every single day. It was irregular. I would get 1 a week, and then the next week I'd get 3 or 4. This kind of thing went on for about 3 months. It was so creepy that I ended up moving away. Finally, peace. Well, that's what I thought. Until 1 month after I moved into a new place, the same thing started again. I didn't get a call this time, but I found another blank envelope in my letterbox. There was no sender's address or name, so it must have been posted by hand. When I saw this, it was clear to me that I had a stalker. and the stalker had found my new home. I was really scared. I took the letter to the police station and spoke to an officer. Ignoring the other party is the most effective thing you can do. As soon as he realizes that he's being ignored, he will stop. This advice doesn't solve anything, I thought. Then the officer said, "Look, women who live alone often get lonely, right? And sometimes single ladies have a tendency to allow harmless antics to get blown out of proportion." He laughed and thought I was delusional. Back in those days, the word stalker wasn't widely recognized in Japan. The laws in place aren't what they are today. I felt so sad that he didn't try to help me. He didn't back me up. It was like he took the stalker's side. I'll just move again, I thought. But around that time, my boyfriend and I were talking about marriage, so I moved back to my parents' house while we talked it over. My parents' home was in the same prefecture, but it was way out into the sticks, so commuting to work was a real pain. But I thought, at least I'd be rid of the stalker. I was wrong. Carnage and bloodshed were right around the corner for me. I finished work and headed towards the train station. On the way, a man stood blocking my way. When I tried to go one way, he stood in that way, and when I tried to go the other, he blocked me again. He towered over me. He was peering down at me. His jaw hung open, and he was breathing through his mouth. It's him. It's my stalker, I thought. But I didn't recognize him. "Why didn't you come?" he muttered. For a moment, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and then suddenly I remembered. The tickets. I knew he wanted an answer, but I couldn't say a word. It was rush hour. People were all around us. I wasn't terrified, but I was scared. It was risky. So I said in quite a loud voice, for the benefit of those around, "Excuse me, please let me pass." As I said this, people all around looked in our direction. But then my stalker did something unexpected. He turned and ran into the busy street. Right before my eyes, he was hit by a car. You may think this is quite cold-hearted, but I just thought as I rode the train home, that is not my fault. I was kind of happy that the harassment might be all over. In case you're wondering, he lived. However, one of the stalker's colleagues saw this all unfold. This guy said that it looked as if we were having a lover's quarrel. And when the stalker got hit by the car, he said that I pretended not to notice, or feigned ignorance and just walked off. This rumor was spread around by the stalker's co-worker. Every year my company, and other companies in the same line of work, have a sports day for a bit of friendly competition. I remember talking to a few people, but there were so many people I can't remember who I spoke to very well. Apparently, this is how I met my stalker. I'm usually really good at remembering faces, but I didn't recognize him. I found out that he came to my company a few times a week. I work in the personnel department, hidden away in a small office, so I don't often see people, other than the ones I immediately work with. Yet the rumors about me grew. They said that we often met at work. Of course, I denied all these false allegations, and stated the fact that I was the victim of stalking. But I wasn't convinced that anyone believed me. Another shock was in store for me. I was dumped. Although my boyfriend and I weren't officially engaged, we had set up a date for me to be introduced to his parents in his hometown. And at that point, we would officially announce our plans to engage. The rumors had reached their ears before I had arrived. As I said before, the suffering caused by stalkers wasn't well documented in Japan. They said to me when I met them, "You must have given this guy some sign that he had a chance with you. Somehow, you must have given him the wrong idea. You caused his actions. Are you sure there wasn't anything going on between you two?" With this doubt and distrust imposed upon me, my boyfriend was persuaded by his parents to end our relationship. I couldn't believe it. I wanted to escape. I wanted a fresh start, so I resigned from my job as well. It has been over 20 years since this has happened, and the wounds caused by the stalker still feel fresh. My desire to work hard at the assumption that I would eventually get married and spend my life with a husband has died. I came to the conclusion that I would end up alone. So far, I'm right.
This happened pretty recently, and because of it, I will be quitting my job at the end of the month. My current job is to deliver papers to homes in the mountains, basically in the middle of nowhere. It's tough because I have to start at midnight in order to get all my deliveries done. It doesn't exactly pay well, but it's good to be working, especially when you are young. It's nice to have your own money, right? Anyway, like I said, I start at midnight and I don't finish until the sun comes up, and sometimes in the darker months, the sun doesn't come up at all. Being out in the mountains alone at night can be pretty spooky, as I'm sure you can imagine. And I want to share my recent scary experience with you. It happened this winter, and I had gotten used to the rhythm of deliveries by that point. It was around winter time that the newspaper company that I worked for was trying to expand their business, and this meant that there would be more work for me. I was excited at first to earn a bit more money, but over time, it became more and more time-consuming. Basically, a subscription would come in, and then it would be down to me to deliver it to the customer. So, I'm usually riding my bike around with a map because signal is a no-go in the mountains. I don't mean a push bike, I mean a really low-quality motorbike. The people who buy these subscriptions have an amazing ability to be unfindable. It never felt as if it was straightforward. And I had one of these subscription jobs on that winter's night. I knew the address, and I knew it wasn't going to be an easy night. There were a few roads through forest areas, and even worse was the fact that some of the roads were very narrow. I could barely ride my bike along them. I set off and rode my bike right up to the point where the narrow roads began. And since it was winter, I figured that it would be safer if I just parked the bike up and then delivered the subscription on foot. There was a footpath after all. There was a post box at the end of the customer's drive, and it was a short distance from the house. I started down the slope road towards the post box, and then I froze in my tracks. I heard the sound of a dog barking. No, not just one dog. It sounded like there were at least two. I thought not much of it, and then I approached the post box with the subscription in hand. It was still pitch black out at this point, despite it being the early morning. And as I approached, I noticed a light go on at the front door. There was an old lady that stood outside under the porch. Seeing her gave me a fright, and I thought to myself, "Oh, wow, someone's super eager for the morning paper." I figured that since she was out, I could literally just put the subscription in her hand, so I approached her. I stopped when she started yelling at me. "Stop right there! What do you think you're doing?" "I'm delivering the newspaper and your subscription." The boss made us wear a uniform, and we had to have this ID card around our neck as some customers, especially ones like this who live in remote areas, can be skeptic of people that they don't know, stranger danger and all. So I raised my ID badge, as I assumed that she could see me pretty well. "You expect me to believe that? You think that's proof?" She screamed at me. I could see the dogs, especially the whites of their teeth. The old woman then pulled out a pair of long gardening shears or scissors from behind her back and then pointed them at me. I instinctively backed away, and I just tried to remain as calm as possible. I wonder if she was suffering from some kind of disease, maybe something like dementia. If she came at me with those long scissors, I planned on pushing them away or trying to kick her. I practiced full contact karate at that point in my life. However, she was an old lady, and I don't know if I could have done that to her. I just hoped that it wouldn't come to that. I just said, "Well, then, I will just leave this here, and I'd be on my way." And with that, I turned to leave. I didn't get paid enough to deal with this rubbish. I upped my pace as the old lady was still shouting at me. She sounded as if she was getting riled up. The dogs were really barking at me now, and I turned to look over my shoulder, and I saw her let go of their leashes. She was walking towards me, slashing the scissors through the air. She wasn't making any sense. I couldn't make out a single word that she was shouting. It was time to run. I raced up the hill as I heard the dogs chasing me, and I couldn't believe it. She literally released the hounds on me. I ran up the hill as fast as I could. I needed to get back to my motorbike. I got back to the bike, kicked out the stand and hopped on, and I started the engine, and then had a look behind me. I saw the tips of the dogs' heads coming up the slope and pulled away without looking back again. It was really scary, and to be honest, I think myself incredibly lucky to get out of there without any injuries. Those dogs wanted to bite me, I could tell, and that old woman looked as if she would have joined in too. I imagined her plunging those large gardening scissors into my gut, and I shudder at the thought now. After I delivered all my newspapers and subscriptions, I spoke with my boss and I told him about my close call. He decided that he would make contact with a customer to see what was going on, and I could already imagine that he was going to take the side of the customer. It was just the kind of guy he was. However, he found out that the customer's phone number was no longer in use. He decided to go out there himself and speak to the customer in person. I told him to watch out for the dogs, and he said that he would let me know how it went when I came into work next. I spoke to him the next day, and he told me that he went out there to meet the customer, but he found nothing but an abandoned house. He then made contact with a subscription company to find out why someone would want to send a subscription to an empty abandoned house. It was at this point that we learned that the subscription company had fudged the numbers to make our company take their business. They wanted it to look like they had more customers than they did. They had a quota to fill, so they gave out a couple of addresses of abandoned homes. Stupid, I know, right? But then I'm left asking this question. Who the hell is that woman with the dogs then? I have no idea. When I think back to how hate-filled her face was, it gives me the shivers. Hence, my resignation from my newspaper job. I am working until the end of the month, and I hope that I don't get sent anywhere near the scissor woman's house. And I only have a few more days of work left.
Last winter, my girlfriend and I had a huge argument while we were driving home late night in the mountainside. She kicked me out of the car and left me there. I thought that she'd come back soon, but she didn't. And to top it off, I realized I left my phone in her car. It was the dead of night, not a single car passed by, so the only option I had was to walk home. I was so annoyed. As I knew where I was on the mountainside, I decided to use a shortcut instead of the road my girlfriend and I drove up on. The grass was long on this road, but I could tell that a car had driven down here recently. Some of the grass was flat. This shortcut probably doesn't get used so much, so I found it a bit strange. It was a hard walk. I was cold and frightened. I wanted to quit. It was horrible. It was late at night and the hillside was so dark, I couldn't really see where I was walking. Then I saw a light. A small family car was approaching. It was behind me. Its bright light shining past me. The car's headlights were warm on my back. Was it running out of gas? Well, whatever. For the time being, I thought I'd at least ask to borrow their phone. I stepped into the middle of the grass road and called out, excuse me. I regretted this idea almost instantly. Without thought, I had plunged myself into potential danger. I had no idea who was in the car or what they were doing in the mountain woods so late at night. "What's wrong?" a woman's voice called out from the car. I explained the situation and I asked if I could borrow her phone. "We're out of the service area," she replied very calmly. With that said, I decided that I wanted to get the hell away from her. "Well, I better get going then," I said while I turned to leave. "Please help me." By saying these few words, it ensured my escape was impossible. "Help me dig a hole. If you help me, just for a moment, after we're done, I'll take you anywhere you want to go." As she said this, her right hand was idly making scooping gestures above her head, as if to cover it. Swinging her hand in that pendulum style made me wonder if I were to refuse, what might happen. I frantically dug a hole with the shovel she supplied. While I was digging, the woman watched and talked to me. I can't remember most of the conversation. Doesn't make any difference now. She seemed to like talking. She was asking me all kinds of questions about myself. I thought it would be a bad idea to give her the correct answers, so I just made them up as I went along. Finally, I finished digging the hole. She went to her car and brought back a bag. I thought I was about to see a corpse, but I was wrong. The bag was overflowing with hair. Too much hair for one person. Are you a hairdresser?" I asked nervously. There was no reply, just silence. It was terrifying. She brought lots of items from the car and threw them into the hole that I had dug. There were children's toys, clothes, etc. The last item was a cooler. I was terrified that there might be something in there. A child. My heart started pounding in my chest. By the end of it all, I didn't know what to think. She gave me a ride home, as promised, and it was finished. I began to forget about the incident over time, but this year, I found a paper bag in front of my house. I looked inside, and it was full of hair. I remembered the incident on the mountain and wondered if this could be a coincidence. Surely not. It had to be related. I decided to tell my good friend about the situation, and my story certainly sparked his curiosity. "Well, let's go there and dig up what you two buried," he asked. "To be honest, I want nothing to do with those bags of hair," I replied. But he said, "Why don't you just tell me where the place is then, and I'll go do it myself?" And he kept asking and talking about it at work, again and again. It got to the point where I ended up going with him. I didn't want to though, but I felt he shouldn't go alone. One day after work, we headed towards the mountains, and he decided to invite another work friend too. Us three drove up the mountain road. There was a chain sectioning off the grass road I had walked down, and my friend got out of the car and unhooked it. The grass had grown a lot since last year. It bent beneath the wheels of the car. It was like we were surfing. I couldn't quite remember where the hole was, since it had overgrown now. I thought because of this, my friends would just give up searching for the hole. Nope. So I thought I'd just say, "Oh, here's the hole," in the hope of us digging there, finding nothing, and then we would all go home and it would all be over. But then it occurred to me that anyone would be able to notice the difference between a place that had been dug up. The grass would obviously be shorter, and the soil would probably be a different color too. "Here it is," my friend said with glee. "Park up, shine the headlights in this direction. Let's dig it up, fast," my friend shouted. I wanted to go home quickly, so I didn't protest. I just helped them. With us 3 men digging, we were able to unearth the things that the woman had thrown away quite quickly. When I helped her bury all that stuff from her car, it was dark and I couldn't see it very well. There were a lot more things than I could remember in the hole. And there was the thing I was the most worried about. The cooler box. My friend wrenched it open. Black water splashed out. My friend dropped it, and all the black water sloshed out into the grass. "What the hell?" my friend said. "I was expecting a body," my friend's friend said. "This isn't a novel, this is reality," I told him. We filled in the hole and went back down the mountain. On the way back, my friend suddenly started to scream and shout about his hand. He said it felt as if his hand was burning. When he opened the cooler, that black water splashed on his hand. We rushed him to the closest hospital. We got his hand examined and the doctor told us that he had suffered a corrosive burn. He got treated for it and we were all relieved. But in the end, I still don't have the answer of why those things were buried out there in the mountains. The mystery remains a mystery. Nothing was resolved. I guess that's the end of it. I hope so.
My hometown is surrounded by mountains. I spent many happy years playing with my friends in those mountains, building bases, hide and seek, you know the type of thing. The thing I enjoyed doing the most was exploring. Those mountains felt as if they were ours. One afternoon, my friend had grown a little bored of the standard forest trails. We wanted a little more adventure, so we decided to go off the beaten path. A decision we didn't know at that time could have been life-altering or even life-ending. We wanted to walk where others hadn't, so we headed deeper into the mountainous woods. There were a few of us, and it was late in the summer. The trees provided a lot of shade, so it felt cooler than it was. Even as young as I was back then, I knew the risk we were taking, so I brought something along to help us not get lost. I lifted this long spindle of string from the art room at my school. I tied the end to a tree close to the forest trail so that we would be able to find our way back. It felt like a foolproof idea at that time. The ground was really uneven off the trail. It was littered with stones and dead tree limbs. We didn't mind it really because it made us feel as if we were on an expedition. We were out in the elements, and there was nothing but the sounds of our labored breath and the distant trill of insects. It was amazing. After walking for about 10 or 15 minutes, we came across a small hill. We climbed the hill, and when we got down the other side, it opened out into a kind of clearing. I distinctly remember a big rock there. We figured that this would be a great place to take 5 and drink some water. One of my friends brought along some candy, so we were tearing into that. While we were taking a break, I noticed something strange. I almost missed it, but once I spotted it, I had to just go over and take a closer look. There was a toy laying on the forest floor. It was a toy for kids a little younger than us. We were in the 4th grade at that time. And once I announced my discovery to my friends, they all came over to take a look, and our expedition turned into an investigation. It wasn't just the one toy. There were others. Hot wheel cars, someone found a doll, and fear crept up on me. Seeing these objects in a place where they shouldn't be really frightened me. Maybe it was because at that age, my toys meant the world to me, and I would never leave them laying around, especially not in the forest. I was worried that something had happened. We all stood around puzzled until one of my friends yelled out to us. He was pointing at something a little outside of the clearing, and we all raced over to look at what he was pointing at. This is where things might become a little difficult to explain. There was a kind of altar constructed of clay-like mud. It was the weirdest thing. It was definitely a human construction, and it didn't look natural at all. In this kind of altar construction was a hollowed-out section, and in that section was an object. I couldn't make out what it was at first, but it looked like a photo. Well, we just had to find out what that photo was. The photo was sturdy, and it looked as if it had been out there for a while. The photo was of a girl. It looked as if it was a commemorative photo, like the one you might see at a graveside. The photo looked as if it had been snatched right out of the cemetery. The forest around us, which was our background for adventure, took on a different vibe. It seemed as if we were somewhere we shouldn't be. It seemed as if all the calmness in our day had gone. I felt as if someone could be out there with us, watching us. And all of a sudden, I didn't want to be off the beaten path anymore. There was something so illogical about what we were looking at. The toys, the photo, the weird mud construction. It was just wrong. I wanted to run, and one quick glance at my friends' faces told me that they were on the same page as me. We followed the string back to the trail, and we weren't in the mood to talk anymore. I didn't feel like myself until I got out of those mountains. And since that day, I never played off the trail. I still have a general idea of how to get to the clearing where we found that weird altar, but I have no interest in returning. My mind tortures me with questions that I cannot answer. Why was the photo there in such a remote location? And the toys? Was it some kind of grisly memento of something that happened to the girl in the photo? Or were we looking at some felon's trophies? The other thought that comes to mind is that perhaps the family who lost that girl couldn't afford a burial, and they just created their own memorial site in an isolated location where they could mourn without disturbance. If that's the case, then it's heartbreaking. It didn't make sense though. Nothing about what I saw that day all those years ago made sense. And this experience lives with me. I have been debating on posting this, not because I have been scared, but simply because this is my first post since joining Reddit. Please forgive my writing, as sometimes my wording and punctuation could be better. I'll start off by explaining the area so that you can get a good picture of where this occurred. We lived in a small neighborhood. All of the surrounding streets dead end into a half-circle park. And behind the park are some woods and a railroad track. When we were younger, we all played in the front part of the woods. We never ventured too far back. This was our play area for years, and we never had an issue or scare. This area was a pretty and well-lit wooded area. Anyhow, one day my brother Jimmy, my best friend Sarah, and my brother's best friend Ian were all building a dam in the middle of the small creek that ran through the park and the woods. The boys decided that they were going to head back to Ian's house for some snacks, and Sarah and I said that we would stay and finish our camp area. As we are moving rocks around, I get a very odd feeling come over me. A strange feeling that we were being watched. I immediately think that it's the boys trying to scare us, and I just continue with what we were doing. Sarah and I loaded up some big rocks and head back to the creek and then put them down at the dam. I get that feeling again, and as I stand up, I see something straight in front of me about 30 feet away. I can't clearly make out what it is yet, but it is behind a bush, but I do see that it is a pattern of red and blue. I know that's nothing the boys had on, so at this point I am focusing trying to figure out what it is. And as I am scanning up the bush, I start to realize that it's a clown. I shit you not. My heart started pounding immediately. The clown and my eyes lock. He was wearing a blue/red hat with a reverse pattern of red/blue jumpsuit. I grab Sarah's shirt and I immediately pull her upright, and she notices the man right away. He is smiling with a full face of makeup, and he has a huge knife. We both say nothing, and we start running as fast as our legs can take us. He begins to follow. We can hear twigs snapping and ground crunching. We are both booking it. We run through the front of the woods, through the side of the park, and up her dead-end street. Ian and Jimmy are 2 houses up from the end and see us running and are screaming what is going on. And while running past, we scream a clown and they start laughing. We are still running, screaming for our lives, and finally make it to the middle of the street where Sarah's dad, Danny, is now running out the front door because he hears us screaming. We meet Danny right at the beginning of the neighbor's house, and we are trying to explain what we've seen, and he says, "Girls, stop it now. This is ridiculous. What are you talking about?" And we try to catch our breath. By this time, Jimmy and Ian have caught up to us. We are crying and pointing and telling Danny again that we've seen a clown with a knife. Jimmy and Ian are laughing, and Danny is asking if they played a prank on us. About this time, an old yellow Pinto type of car comes from the dead end at the park and pulls right up next to the sidewalk of the yard that we are in. And sure enough, plain as day, it's the fucking clown. No hat this time, but knife in hand, and then telling us to come here. Danny starts shoving us all toward the house, and he himself is scared and is running now. The car drives off down the street, and we get inside and Danny calls the police. We had to give statements. The police patrolled the neighborhood and the park for a few weeks. We were never allowed to go in the park again, and a few months after that, the city started to clear out the woods. They cut down many trees and made a walking area that you could see through all the way to the train tracks. My friend and I used to talk about this many times up until her death. No one would believe us had they not seen it as well. It was just so scary. I think they only got to see him because whoever it was had to go down the dead-end street to leave the neighborhood. Either way, this man was not afraid of us, nor the small group of people that gathered from our screaming. He very bravely stopped right in front of us as her father tried to comfort us and calm us down, all while flashing his knife. We are lucky to be alive, I feel. Had it just been one of us left in the woods, which sometimes occurred, I don't think there would have been a group of 4 of us any longer. Sarah's dad stopped drinking that day, and we all have a fear of clowns. Anyone remember back in 2016 that there was this big thing about killer clowns? Well, I didn't believe in any of it until it happened to me. I was in 10th grade when the whole clown thing happened. I didn't really believe it at first. I thought that it was just a big joke, just a bunch of losers that had nothing better to do but to scare people on Halloween. One night, I was walking home from my boyfriend's house. It was a far walk, but I liked getting out as much as I could, and I was looking forward for my long walk home. When I finally got to the east end of town, near the East Court Mall halfway home, I saw a group of people standing in the parking lot in the dark, and they started yelling at me. Now, I was a 16-year-old female at that time, so I was used to people, guys mostly, yelling at me or just whistling at me. I thought that it was a joke, just another group of guys yelling at me from across the street because they had nothing better to do. I just shook it off when I noticed that two of them were walking towards me. I couldn't make out their faces at first until they got a bit closer and were walking behind me now. I kept hearing them yelling at me, but the second time that they did it, they started laughing like psychopaths and laughing like clowns. I looked back to see that they were both wearing clown masks, and I could see behind them that there were 3 more clowns. I didn't want to panic or show them that I was scared, so I just walked a bit faster until I got to the end of my street. I didn't want them to see where I lived, so I made a wrong turn and I walked up to a house and I pretended to go inside. I hid behind a bush to see them walk right by me. Until I heard one of them yell out in a horrifying clown laugh, and a few others followed. And then another clown was yelling at me. "I'll find you, pretty lady. Come on, come out and play. We know where your street is, and we will find you. Yes, we will find you." They finally left after that, and I went home. But a few hours later, as I was getting a snack before bed, I happened to look out of my kitchen window to see a group of clowns walking past my house. I am a nurse in one of the most renowned children's hospitals in the country. I've worked here for almost 8 years, and I can only say that it stands true to its title. The pay is good, and I get along with my coworkers without much problem. Everything is perfect in this hospital. Except one thing. It's Rizzo, the hospital clown. When I joined this hospital, I was told by my fellow colleagues about this rumor that has been circulating in the hospital since its establishment. The rumor is about a certain clown named Rizzo, a weird name, right? Who roams the hospital and visits the sick children. None of the adults has ever seen him, but so many children have seen him over the years that it can't be considered as an elaborate prank. When they told me about him, I thought they were trying to tease me for being a newbie, and I took it as a joke and I said, "Yeah, perhaps Cinderella visit on Sundays too." They gave each other a look and left the topic at that. I got busy with work and I completely forgot about our conversation. In my 3rd week at the hospital, I was doing the morning checkup on every patient on the floor when I entered Kevin's room. He was awake and smiling from ear to ear. "Good morning. Why are you up so early?" I asked. "The clown came to me at night. He was so funny when he entered the room. His pants fell and his duck walked to my bed because he was juggling balls so he couldn't pull his pants up." Kevin replied in one breath, still smiling as if remembering the last night's event. I remembered this conversation with my colleagues and thought perhaps they have set up an elaborate prank by involving this kid. This was going too far. I was a bit mad, so I quickly finished the checkup and I went to confront my coworker. Her name was Emily. She has been working here for 13 years. She was the one who told me about the clown, so naturally, I thought that she was the culprit behind the prank. She was in the lunchroom drinking a cup of coffee. "You need to stop with the prank. It has gone far too long and it isn't funny," I said, approaching her table. "What are you talking about? What prank?" she asked, looking at me with a confused look. I rolled my eyes and I said, "Don't act naive. You told me about the clown, and to scare me, you even involved the child to play a part in your prank." She stopped sipping on her coffee and gave me an odd look and said in a serious tone, "Explain from the beginning." So I did just that. I told her how I was going the routine rounds, and I told everything about my little chat with Kevin. And after I was done, I looked at her for an explanation. She just sipped her coffee and stared at the table. Her face looked a little paler from when I entered the room, and I noticed that her hands were shaking a little bit. I stood there impatiently, and I was about to speak when she spoke. "The clown is real," she continued. "You can ask anyone from the staff. It isn't a prank or test for new workers. The clown is real, or as real as a ghost can be." "A ghost?" I was a bit shocked to say the least. I do not believe in ghosts. I think the concept of them was created to scare small children. "Yes. I don't know how to properly explain it, but it has been here before I joined. No one knows who he is or where he came from. All I know is he can be seen by children only. We have tried to capture him in the CCTV, but there has been no evidence of a clown in any footage. He visits patients randomly, and we can't figure out any pattern in his visitations. He visits the patient, make them laugh, talk to them, and leave." "So he's just a friendly clown that entertains children while they're sick? Well, what a friendly ghost," I said jokingly. "So it seems," replied Emily. "But we always pray that no child ever see that fucking clown." "Why?" She took a deep breath and then looked me in the eyes and said, "He is the harbinger of death. Whenever he visits someone, the patient dies within 2 days of seeing him. So all of us pray none of the patients ever see him. But now he has made an appearance. Poor Kevin." It took a moment to understand what she was saying. "So you're saying Kevin will die within 2 days?" She nodded. "You know, I almost believed your story, but now I know you're all full of shit. We just successfully removed his appendix. There is no real threat to his life. In fact, he's getting discharged today. So, you are saying a kid who has no serious health problems will die within 2 days just because an imaginary clown visited him? That's ridiculous." Emily just stared while I was ranting. When I finished, she got up and left the room. While passing me, she said, "You will realize soon enough." I stood there for a minute and then I left the room to continue my work. Just to make sure, I visited Kevin's room and I checked on him again. He was doing perfectly fine and he was eager to go home. At 1 p.m., he was discharged from the hospital. And the next day, he was dead. His mother had gone to the supermarket for groceries while his dad was at work. He was watching YouTube on his phone when she left. When she returned, she called him to help her with carrying the groceries to the kitchen. But he never answered. She went to his room and then saw him lying on the bed. She called him again but didn't stir. She rushed to check on him, but he wasn't breathing. She called the ambulance, but it was too late. The paramedics declared him dead. I was beyond shocked when I learned about this news. He was doing well when he left yesterday. I inquired about his cause of death. Apparently, the cause of his death was unknown, and while I was still processing the information, I came across Emily. "From the look of your face, I guess you've heard about Kevin's death," I already warned you this was going to happen, but you didn't believe me." I was getting angry as she spoke, as if she was the reason that Kevin died. If she hadn't told me about the clown, Kevin would still be alive. I looked up and I was about to yell at her when I looked at her face and realized that she wasn't trying to be mean and that she was sad as well. She continued, "This is your first time, right? I have seen dozens of these deaths throughout my career, and I wasn't able to stop them even when I knew about them, so I know how you're feeling." "Is there no way to stop him?" I asked softly. She shook her head and said, "No. If there was, why would I have kept it a secret?" Then why is this hospital still open? Why doesn't management close this hospital if we can't stop that clown from killing these poor children?" I asked a bit angrily. "Because Rizzo only appears in front of 3 to 4 children in a year. And as you know, this is one of the best children hospital in our country. We save thousands of lives every year. If we shut down, what will happen to them? Setting up this kind of hospital will take a lot of time and money, and still, there is no guarantee that Rizzo will not follow to the new hospital," she replied. "Then we should forcefully shut the hospital down. We should inform the media or at least parents of these children. If they know, nobody will bring their children to the hospital, and then the clown will never appear," I said desperately. "Did you believe me when I told you about the clown?" she asked, and I was silent. "You didn't. The same will happen if we try to inform the world. No one is going to believe it. I mean, a clown no one can see except children, and they die after seeing it? People will think it's just a publicity stunt to attract people's attention towards the hospital," she continued. "Besides, some of these children require expert medical treatment, which only we can offer. So some parents may bring their children even if they know about the clown just to save their child." I stood there, as I knew she was correct. I have seen some of these children who will die if they were not in our hospital. I was feeling helpless. I was not sure what I should do. "You should try to save as many of these children as you can. The clown will take a few, but you should try to focus on the patients that you have saved through your work. And this may help you a little to keep you sane." And with that, she left me there standing alone to continue her work. I stood there for a while thinking about her words, and I decided then and there that I will follow her words, and I will try to save every patient that I can, no matter how much time it takes. Years passed, and I threw myself into work. During the first 6 years of my work, Rizzo appeared 23 times in front of children, and all 23 of them died. These last 2 years, Rizzo didn't appear at all. Me and everyone else thought that he has left for good. But all of our hopes were shattered today. There were 283 patients in hospital rooms last night, and he appeared in all of them. This happened in October of 2018. It was during the time when I was working at a riding stable. This is by far the freakiest thing that has ever happened. It started off with me mucking out stalls and taking horses in and out of the pastures. At around 12:30 p.m., my mom came to pick me up from work. Since I work at 8:30 a.m., I work for the morning hours, then have the rest of the day off. As I got in my van with my mom, she said that she drove past a cornfield a few streets down from the barn, and what she saw while on her way to get me was a clown. I asked her what the clown looked like, and she gave me a brief description of the clown. The clown looked like Pennywise from It, the 2017 remake, my mom said. I couldn't get a clear view of it, but that's what I remember what he looked like. And as soon as my mom said that, I questioned her on what street that she saw the clown at. When my mom told me that the cornfield was not far from a trail, I knew what she was talking about. The trail my mom was talking about used to be a train track many years ago, but ever since the train track was removed, people used it for many purposes like hiking, dog walking, dirt biking, and many more. My mom wanted to take the trail that was by the cornfield, the one where she saw the clown. I was gonna tell her that it wasn't a good idea, but she insisted that we do and take my dog there. My dog was a German Shepherd Golden Retriever mix, so he was about a few months old at that time. He wasn't really big, but he was always so rambunctious that we had to walk him every day. It was a pain to say the least, but it was fun too. My mom drove down a road that she took to drive me to and from work or riding. It was a quiet road and it never got busy. When my mom got to the cornfield where the trail was, she parked her van and me and her took the dog out. We couldn't see the clown, but I wonder if he ran off to hide or something. I didn't want to look for the clown, of course, so we just started walking down the trail. It was surrounded by trees with leaves changing colors. It was fall, which was my mom's favorite season. And as we walked down the trail, we let my dog go to run and do his own thing. After a few feet away from the van, I noticed a dirt bike on the ground. And upon getting closer, I looked to see that the bike had been there for a while. Unsure about if the bike was stolen or not, I noticed some damage done to it. The tires were slashed, the chain was broken, and the bike seat was also ripped. I looked to see if anyone was around, but I couldn't see anyone, thinking that whoever left the bike was taking a piss or something. And my dog was staring at something in the wilted cornfield. I walked up to my dog, I grabbed his leash to be safe, and when I took hold of the leash, I looked up at the cornfield. Winter was approaching within a few weeks, so it was normal to see most of the cornfields wilted in the area. I then see a figure in the field. That was what my dog was looking at. My mom was a couple of feet behind me, so she wasn't that far behind. I can see that the figure looked like the clown that my mom saw earlier. He looked to be about 6 foot tall. He was medium build, and he did look like the clown my mom described it to be. I wasn't sure where he was standing in the wilted cornfield, but I had no idea what his plans were. As I stared at the clown figure, it turned around to face me, and I can see that the clown had an axe in his right hand, and that's when shit hit the fan. To the right of the clown, I can see at least 3 or 4 men dressed in black about a few feet away from the clown. I was nearly pissing myself as I wondered about why those men were here. If it was private property or something, and why couldn't they have just told us to leave? The clown slowly began to walk towards me and my dog, and I almost froze in fear at that point. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a blood-curdling scream from somewhere in the forest. It sounded like a woman was screaming, and I lost my shit right then and there, so I booked it down the way that I came with my dog, not looking back at all. And when I caught up with my mother, I told her to run, and so we did. Despite my mom having breathing problems, we ran all the way back towards our van. And as soon as we got to our van, we looked back to see if the clown was behind us. There was no one following us, but we didn't want to stay to find out. My mom drove down the road until we got to our hometown, looking occasionally for any vehicle that might be suspicious. When we got back, We reported the clown incident to the police, and they went to the location where we found the clown. Shortly after that, we headed home without any hesitation. The next day, my mom got a phone call from the police when she picked me up from work. And what they said will forever send chills down my spine. My mom told me that the clown, with 3 or 4 men, were luring people down the trail we went to. They had found a few bodies of people, one of them being a 6-year-old girl. I was sickened by what the police found, knowing that those men were waiting for me and possibly my mom and dog in the field. If my dog hadn't alerted me and my mom about that clown and his men, I wouldn't be alive today. Let this be a warning. If you see anyone wearing a clown mask in the forest or in a cornfield, run away from it. Don't stay with a clown if you want to stay alive. Several years ago, my wife, our daughter, and I were invited to a birthday party. It was a friend of ours' first child, and being that they were pretty well off, they always went all out on these parties. They'd rent out a place, they would supply all the food and drinks, and they would usually hire a few different entertainment vendors, like a DJ, a bounce house, and you guessed it, clowns. The kid was maybe about 5 or 6 at that time, so I suppose they may have been interested in it. But upon getting there, they definitely seemed more interested in playing dress-up. It was supposed to be a princess ball style, so there were tons of kids in big dresses and suits. The party wasn't too bad though. It was at a community center, and as expected, they had different foods and snacks all served on the fake painted silver plasticware to make it look royal, I suppose. The clown, of course, was then dressed to be more like a jester. He was doing silly stunts and magic tricks, as well as balloon animals and crowns. The kids seemed entertained for a while, and then they would lose interest. He did well at keeping character even when the kids weren't aware. He walked around and he offered balloons to the kids. He would help them up the blow-up slide and even casually talked with us. He didn't give off any weird vibes either. Anything borderline weird, like when a kid hurt their leg or when another stress got caught on something, he'd have a parent come over to help. Definitely seemed like an up-and-up guy, and we even mentioned it to our friend. Mackenzie actually said that she had been referred to this guy by other people in her area that had used him before, and with all the great reviews, she decided to go with him. As the party was ending, kids were beginning to get tired and some were cranky and crying, so I walked out back to smoke while my wife talked with the others. As I was walking out, I saw the clown leaning against a crappy old car, smoking as well. Again, the guy deals with kids all day for a living, so I can't say I blame him. I walked over to him and we started talking for a bit. I thanked him and he commented that they were some of the better behaved kids that he had worked with. I don't know where the conversation devolved from there, but we got on the topic of careers, and so I took a shot and I asked him why he chose to be a clown. I remember him just staring at me for a minute and making a comment along the lines of, "You seem like a truthful guy," and stared at me a little longer. He then looked away and said something about, "It's the job on the books." I didn't know what he meant by that, so I just laughed and he stared at me. Now, it felt awkward, so I just shrugged it and said, "Yeah, of course." And finally, he laughed too and made a comment about, "I knew you'd get it. You have a family to take care of, so you'd do whatever you needed for them, right?" And so I agreed. I don't know what I did or said to make him trust me, but from there, he just started unloading. He started talking about how it started with him working at the post office with his mother after he got out of jail for possession. His mom made him get a job since he was going to be living with her. He started learning, and as he put it, business and government politics. And he hated how they were so strict on things that you couldn't do there. He hated how much they took out in taxes, so he started to do his own little research. He started asking questions on forums, researching, and even started his own website to post his own blogs. This got him into what I'm just gonna call it as it is, conspiracies. He said he learned about the different types of taxes that were taken out and wanted to know what they were used for. That's when he found the wrong forums for answers. He learned that the money goes to the government on the checks, but it actually goes to the NSA to fund their experiments and operations. Stunned at how well he held in the crazy and trying not to laugh, I just asked what he meant by operations. He stopped, and he looked around at first and said that there are people around us that aren't who they appear to be. Again, I asked what he meant by that. He then started talking about how when someone seems different, like when they don't remember important details like memories, dates, names, or when someone looks just different enough, like their eyes were green and now they appear brown. He said that's when the NSA snatches people up, brainwash them to become their drone basically, and then release them back into the public to continue life as normal. I asked why they would do this, and his reasoning was to spy on us. He said they do this so that they have inconspicuous people around to see where people are making money and how much. That way, they could adjust taxes or add new tax bills, or to see if they are a threat to their operations or experiments, and if they needed to be taken out. So, what does all of this have to do with being a clown? He said that way, the government could see how much money he's making and do whatever they want with it while he ran his website and video channel on how to stay safe and gave lessons that he charged for, products that he sold, and donations, which was where he made his real money. That way, they also couldn't trace his purchases. He even continued to live with his mom, so he didn't need a high-paying job and just paid his mom for rent. All this just tossed at me to a guy that seemed completely sane, playing around with our kids. I took one more shot, and I asked him how he knew about any of this and what made him think that it was real. He then handed me a piece of cardstock with some name and website written on it. He said that he didn't want to pay for business cards, as that would then be on public records, and this was to be kept more underground. All he would tell me was that he was just a regular old Joe Schmo, and that's what was written on the card. Great. He said that I should check it out as he had better info on it and great packages on how to check your home for any bugs or how to check friends and family without giving yourself away. I started putting the card away when my wife walked out and asked me to help inside. I agreed, and I started wrapping up with this Joe when he asked me if I have noticed anything different about my wife. I told him no. He told me to keep an eye out as they are typically the first ones to go, women, because they are easier to abduct. So I told him that I would keep an eye out, thanked him, and I started walking back in, to which he shouted that he'll check in with me later, and I nodded to him. I didn't notice till I was back inside what he had said. I didn't give him any of my information. Thinking he just thought he did, I let it go. What I did not let go, though, was telling Mackenzie. I don't know if he should be around kids or even people. What if he suspected someone at the party? What would he try to do? She said that she was going to report it, but that's about all I knew. However, our interactions wouldn't stop there. I started noticing this guy a few times during the next few days. He would be sitting in his car, smoking, just watching me leave work, my kids' school, and even my home. I didn't tell my wife because I didn't want to freak her out, but my wife noticed him outside our home. I was pissed, and I was scared too. I didn't know what he was thinking of doing. My wife said that she was going to call the police, but I went out there to confront him. I don't remember what all I said, but I just remember becoming even angrier because he was just smiling. His reasoning was that he spilled a lot of information to me and didn't go through the proper steps to make sure that I was really trustworthy, so he had to follow up. He was obviously able to find out who I was and all about me, which was terrifying. But he said that I had been cleared and that I wouldn't ever see him in person again, and then he left. The cops did show up, and we gave as much information as possible. I didn't even have the card anymore as I thought that it was bullshit, so I just threw it away. I will say, I never saw him again after that. No threats, no calls. Never saw him. I don't know whatever happened to him, but the number Mackenzie used to book him didn't work anymore either. I know this happened several years ago, but I always think about this whenever I notice someone doesn't remember something. They very well should. It happened in a small Russian village, sometime around 2008 or 2009 when I was about 8. It's the kind of place where everyone knew each other, or at least pretended to. It was late, at about 10 p.m., but it was warm. The streetlights bathed the road in a dull orange glow. Everything was quiet, except for the hum of our bike tires on the pavement. I was with a few kids I sort of knew. Not really friends, just familiar faces. We weren't talking, just riding and letting the night stretch on. And then he stepped out of the dark. I recognized him instantly. Everyone did. It was some drunk who lived in the village, always lurking around, always wasted. I had never spoken to him and never needed to. But now, he was right in front of me. And before I could even process what was happening, he grabbed me. The smell hit me first. Booze, sweat, and something sour. His grip was tight, his fingers digging into my arm. Then in a slow, slurred voice, he spoke. "Where are my cigarettes?" I had no idea what he was talking about. I wasn't carrying any. I didn't even smoke. I stammered out the first thing that came to mind. I don't know. His grip tightened, and his breath reeked as he leaned in closer. "Where are my cigarettes?" Panic set in. I tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let go. My voice cracked as I repeated myself. I don't know. It was like he didn't even hear me. His voice was slower this time, almost a growl. "Where are my cigarettes?" And that's when I lost it. I screamed, a full, terrified, gut-wrenching scream. Not words, just pure and controllable fear. And that's when they ran. Every single kid who was with me bolted the second that I screamed. There was even a 16-year-old among them, bigger, older, stronger than me. But he ran too. No hesitation, no looking back, just gone. And that's when it really hit me. I was alone. Maybe that was what saved me, because as soon as I started jittering and screaming, the drunk lost interest. His grip loosened. Maybe he thought that I was having a seizure or something. I didn't care. The second that I felt his finger slip, I bolted. Home wasn't far, just a house at the end of a long driveway leading straight to the main road where we had been riding. I sprinted down the driveway with my heart slamming against my ribs, and I crashed through the door. I couldn't even form proper sentences, just panic shouting, words stumbling over each other as I tried to explain. My grandma and my grandpa turned to me, alarmed, but before I could even finish, my grandma glanced out the window just in time to see him. He was still there, still coming toward the house. She didn't hesitate. She grabbed a wooden stick from behind the door and then stormed outside, moving faster than I had ever seen her. She hadn't seen what happened, but she had heard me. She saw him chasing after me, and that was enough. The second she reached him, she unleashed hell. She didn't just yell, she screamed, calling him every name under the sun, and then she started swinging, hard. Each hit landed with a sickening thud. The guy stumbled back, too drunk to fully process what was happening, mumbling something as he tried to shield himself. She didn't stop until he finally turned and disappeared into the dark. A week later, I saw him again, still drunk, still stumbling around the village. He looked right past me, like I wasn't even there. For the past 2.5 years now, I have been living in the north of the Scottish Highlands. And when I say north, I mean as far as north as you can possibly go. I live in a small coastal town, which is actually the northernmost town on the British mainland. I had always wanted to live in the Scottish Highlands, which seemed a far cry from my gloomy hometown back in England. And when my dad and his partner told me that they had bought an old house up there, I jumped at the opportunity. From what they told me, this place sounded like the perfect destination. There were seals and otters in the town's river, dolphins and orcas in the sea, and at certain times of the year, you could see the northern lights in the night sky. But despite my initial excitement of finally getting to live in the Scottish Highlands, full of beautiful mountains, amazing wildlife, and vibrant culture, I would soon learn that the region that I had just moved to was far from the idyllic destination that I had dreamed of. In my spare time, I took to exploring the coastline around the town's area. One of these days, I started to explore what was the east of the town. On the right-hand side of the mouth of the river, there's an old ruin of a castle, but past that leads to a cliff trail around the eastern coastline. 6 or so months later and into the Christmas season, I had just gotten out of a long-distance relationship. Feeling as though I had finally found closure, I decided that I wanted to go on a long hike by myself along the cliff trail. And so, the day after Christmas, Boxing Day, I got my backpack together, packed a lunch for myself, and then headed out at 6 a.m. The hike along the trail had taken me all day, and by the evening, I had walked so far that I actually discovered what I first thought was a ghost town. What I found was an abandoned port settlement, which had the creepiest looking disperse of old stone houses, as well as what looked like the ruins of an ancient round tower. As it turned out, this was actually a heritage center, a tourist spot. It seemed that I had walked so far around the rugged terrain that I was now 10 miles outside of my town. On the other side of the settlement were very high distant cliffs, which compared to the cliffs that I had already trekked along were far grander. Although I could feel my legs finally begin to give way, and already anticipating a long journey back along the trail, I decided that I was going to cross the bay, reach the cliffs, and then make my way back home. By the time that I was making my way around the bay, it had become very dark. I had already walked past more than half of the bay, but the cliffs didn't feel any closer at all. It was at this point when I decided that I really needed to turn around, as at night, walking back along the cliff trail was going to be dangerous. And for the parts of the trail that led down to the base of the cliffs, I really couldn't afford for the tide to cut off my route. I made my way back through the abandoned settlement, and at night, this place definitely felt more like a ghost town. Shining my phone flashlight in the windows of the old stone houses, I was expecting to see a face or something peer out at me. What surprisingly made these houses scarier at night were a handful of old fishing boats that had been left outside them. The wood they were made from looked very old, and the paint had mostly been weathered off. But what was more concerning was that in this abandoned ghost town of a settlement, I wasn't alone. A van had pulled up with 3 or 4 young men getting out. I wasn't sure what they were doing exactly, but they were burning things into a trash can. And what they were burning, I didn't know. But as I made my way out of the abandoned settlement, every time that I looked back at the men by the van, at least one of them were watching me. Already feeling scared of the creepy surroundings, I now felt very unsafe because of these men staring suspiciously at me. I was paranoid that they were going to try and follow me, as if I had caught them doing something illegal. Thankfully, they stayed where they were as I continued to make my way out the ghost town and then back along the trail. Hi, I was listening to one of your recent videos and it reminded me of something similar that happened to me while I was in college. So, I thought that I would share it with you. Unlike all the crazy stories that I have heard about college students going on trips for spring break, I was far too broke to do any of that. But thankfully, I wasn't alone. I lived in a small town, going to a local college and living in one of their dorms. My 2 roommates and I didn't have a lot of free time or money to plan something crazy, so we just went to parties that our friends hosted or friends of friends. That way, we could still have a good time and it was cheap to free. I remember one party though that I will never forget. It was nearing the end of spring break actually, and we learned of a local party that was open to anyone, and they just asked that you bring your own beer. That was reasonable for me because I wasn't picky and I could stomach some pretty cheap beer, so the 3 of us all got a 12-pack and then drove over to the party. We got there and found some of our friends and just let loose. We drank, we played drinking games, we did stupid pranks on each other, and it was a really good time. I met a few people that I didn't know, and even some people that I just knew in passing at school. At one point, I ended up outside and I was watching some people do stupid stunts into the pool. I was standing on the patio next to a guy that I didn't know and made a comment about one of the stunts that they pulled out looking like it hurt. The guy laughed and explained how he should have done this instead and probably would have pulled it off better. I don't remember the exact thing he said, but it was something to do with some kind of aquatic thing. The dude sounded like he was a professional swimmer or something. So, I asked him about it and he said that he was on the swim team. He told me a bit more about the science of swimming, I guess, and some of it was pretty cool. I threw some dumb scenarios his way and he assured me of how it would work or how much of an utter failure it would be, and we had a good laugh. After some time, he said that he had to go and then walked off. My last thought was, cool guy, and I moved on with my night. After some time, I was talking with some other friends and I brought up the swimming guy. None of them seemed to know who I was talking about, so I just kind of dropped it. It wasn't unusual for uninvited people to show up, and as long as they weren't a problem, there was no sense in trying to make them leave. But later on, I ran into the friend that I was talking to earlier, and I spotted the swimming guy passing by the living room. I pointed him out, and my friend didn't recognize him either. He wasn't on the swimming team either, so we just assumed that we may have been in different years or programs, and that's why we never ran across him. I tried to get his attention, but he looked confused as to why I was flagging him down. He just had an annoyed look on his face and then ignored me. My friend laughed, but I just shrugged it off. People are weird, and it wasn't like I knew him on a personal level, so it's no loss to me. Again, cue more of the same for the night, including some people starting to leave or pass out all over the place. The music was still playing though, as it had been throughout the whole night, so other than people dispersing, the party was the same as it had been. So, while some of us were in the kitchen talking about one of our classes, we all jumped when we heard someone yelling. We went and then checked the living room where we thought it was coming from, and then we saw some people staring down the hall towards the bedrooms and the bathroom. I walked down the hall and I could hear more yelling and grunting sounds. As I approached the bathroom, I saw the swimming guy standing in there. He was holding some kind of pipe. One of my friends was standing behind me, but otherwise, nobody was doing anything but staring. So, I just asked him if he was alright. That's when he turned to look at me and just started rambling about things that made no sense. He said that it was too loud, even though nothing had changed all night, and in fact, since there were less people, it wasn't as loud. I wanted to clarify with him because I didn't understand why it was all of a sudden a problem, but he just continued talking. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was saying things like, "They won't stop laughing. I know they're laughing at me. I know they're talking about me. Stop it. Why won't they stop it?" And I just stood there confused, not knowing what to do. This was obviously not about the music. This was something else. So the only thing I said was something like, "Hey man, maybe you should relax a bit." But before I could finish that, he started screaming and then swung the pipe in my direction. He was still in the bathroom with me outside, and with him being intoxicated or on something, he instead hit the door. I was not going to stick around at this point and risk getting hit, so I rushed back into the living room and I told them that we needed to leave before things got worse. As people started shoving themselves towards the farthest wall or running out the back door, the swimming guy went running out of the bathroom screaming, "No more! No more, please!" And then out the front door. I watched him from the front door as he ran into the road and he was struck by a car. A bunch of people were still inside and saw this, causing them to scream. I ran to call 911 from the landline that I had seen, and it was just pure chaos. I barely knew the address, so I had to go check that. I didn't even know the guy's name, and I was trying to explain what had happened while people were screaming in the background and me not being in my right mind either. I kept walking back to the front door and I saw that the person in the car did stop. There were a few people from the party out there now, but I had no idea of the condition of the guy. An ambulance finally showed up, so I got off the phone and I ran outside with them. They already had him on the stretcher and they were putting him in the ambulance. I didn't see him move once. I didn't hear anything from him, and I feared that this man that I just met was now dead. I was horrified, not knowing what else to do. I went back into the house and I watched as many people left crying, shoulders and head low, saying nothing. The next day, I tried contacting people that were at the party, trying to figure out the name of that guy, but nobody knew him. There were so many people that I knew from that party that I found it difficult to believe that no one else knew the supposed student. He gave details about the school and some of the teachers, so I found it hard to believe that he could have been lying. I even tried to go to the hospital and describing him and when he got there, but all they could tell me was that he wasn't there anymore, but couldn't provide any information. I guess it made sense. I went in looking for someone that I couldn't even give the name of, but at least, by the way that they were talking about him, it reassured me that he hadn't died. It may be a bit anticlimactic, but that's where my story ends. I never did learn who that person was, and those that I still have contact with still cannot recall his name or even remember him at this point. Since then, the memories of that party stayed in the back of my mind. I took a small break on partying, but when I got back into that scene, I feared experiencing something similar to that. Thankfully, I never did though. You just never know what someone else is going through. So, no matter where you are, it doesn't hurt to learn names and all possible escape routes. Anyways, thanks for letting me share my story. A few years back, I, a 23-year-old female, was driving home after taking my dad to the airport for a late flight. It was already dark when I left the airport, and I still had a 3-hour drive home. A few hours into the drive, I get recalculated to some windy backroad highway. There were no cars or streetlights, and so it was pretty dark and a creepy road. As I turned a curve, I noticed a black car come out of nowhere and start to ride my bumper. And then, the blue lights. The road was so dark that I had to drive for a minute to find a spot with at least a few small lights where I could pull over. The officer came to my window and asked me if I knew that my tags were expired. I thought that it was kind of odd because I was driving my mom's car and she's usually pretty on top of things like that. But it was more so the way that he talked that made me uneasy. He was speaking pretty fast, like he was in a hurry or something. As he is standing at my window, before he even gets my license and registration, his radio beeps and he tells me that he has to go on another call. He practically runs back to the car and then speeds off. I head back home, half weirded out, half thanking God that I didn't get a ticket. I kind of brushed it off until I go outside to my car the next day and find that my tags were not due to expire for 2 more months. It could have been a simple mistake, but I couldn't help but recall how weird the whole incident was. He could have misread the number, but looking back, I wonder what could have happened if he was someone with bad intentions. And from then on, I pull over only in well-populated areas, and if a safe option is unavailable, I call 911 to make them aware. This is something that happened to me when I was around 7 years old, and it's been on my mind a lot lately. I wanted to share it because it's one of those memories that never fully leaves you, even if it's a little blurry now. So, me and my younger brother, who was 6 at that time, were just hanging out in my bedroom. We were on my bed, eating candy, and watching YouTube on our iPad. Pretty much what we did every chance we got back then. Our house was 2 stories, and my room had a window facing the front yard. At some point, I think I was the one who glanced outside, and that's when I saw him. There was an old man standing on our lawn, smoking a cigarette. I don't remember what he was wearing, but I can still picture him standing near the porch. The thing is, I could only see him from the side, and I never fully saw his face. Now, here's the part that really shook me. I knew for a fact that our front door wasn't locked. My siblings and I were supposed to lock the door when we got home from school, but we almost never did because we live in a safe neighborhood, and nothing bad ever happened, so it didn't seem like a big deal. Until it suddenly was. My brother and I freaked out and immediately ran down the hall to our older brother's room. He was probably around 14 or 15 at that time, and he was completely absorbed in his Xbox. We burst in, scared and desperate for him to help, and then we told him what we saw. And you know what he did? Absolutely nothing. I remember he seemed confused at first, but then he shrugged it off and told us that it was probably one of our dad's friends. Which, thinking back, made 0 sense to me. I don't even remember if I brought it up to my dad, but I'm pretty sure that it wasn't one of his friends. And if it was, he would have reassured me back then, and I feel like I wouldn't still be this unsettled about it. My older brother didn't lock the door, didn't check to see if the guy was still there, and definitely didn't grab anything for protection. He just wanted to get back to his game. He reassured us in the laziest way possible, and then kicked us out of his room. And because we were little kids who trusted him, we tried to convince ourselves that everything was fine. We didn't look out the window again, and honestly, we were too scared. We ended up hiding under the covers in my room and pretending like it never happened, and then we just went back to watching YouTube. Nothing bad did happen that day. No break-ins, no scary aftermath. But to this day, I wonder who that man was and why he was there. Part of me wishes that I could go back and demand a real answer from my older brother, but at this point, I doubt he even remembers it. So yeah, that's the story. Moral of it all? Maybe just lock your doors. Safe neighborhood or not, you will never know who might show up on your lawn. And to the man, whoever you were, let's not meet. I'm a female, and I moved to a new apartment a few months ago, and I live alone. I have been continuously creeped out by the maintenance guy. I just can't tell if he is just nice and nosy, or possibly has bad intentions. On my move-in day, he already knew me by name and he was waiting by his truck to greet me. I am 27 and he is probably in his 40s or 50s, and I think has mentioned that he has a daughter. In the first few weeks when I would work out in the gym, he would constantly walk by and I would catch him looking at me. The first time that I had a maintenance request, he started texting me from his personal phone about the request, and he kept asking if I would be home, and he came and left the unit multiple times, according to the text. I was at work at that time. After he left, he texted me about he noticed the magnet on my fridge from North Carolina and he wanted to know why I had it, and then started chatting about his personal life and how he used to live there. This was in the evening over text after the maintenance request was completed. I tried to be short and sweet in my replies because I didn't want to have a personal conversation with this man, but I didn't also want to be rude. Also, seeing as I have about 15 or so magnets from different places on my fridge, I thought that it was weird that he was standing around reading all of them. He then started texting me every time that I got a package to inform me that it was delivered. The next time that I had a maintenance request, he brought a package in for me. The package room is all the way across the complex, which may have been a nice gesture, but it still felt a little strange to me. I sent him an email asking that he please communicate with me over email instead of text for organizational reasons, because my texts delete frequently. This is not a lie, but the truth is, I was feeling uncomfortable with the texting, and then he agreed to this. Last night, I submitted a new request about my HVAC, and he sent me a message in the portal that he would be coming by in the afternoon. Again, I was at work. I didn't see any updates posted about what he found or fixed online. And when I got home from work, I see a note on my counter. It is handwritten, says that he is not ignoring me, but has been advised by the office to not have direct written communication with the occupants. I would like to give him benefit of the doubt, but I expected the note to be an update about the maintenance request. And now I am wondering, why would the office advise him not to talk to residents? Maybe someone else wasn't comfortable with texting, and they told them? Also, the fact that he knows that he is not supposed to communicate with me and choose to leave me a note anyway does not sit right with me. My dad's family has owned a funeral home and cemetery for many generations. The old office was so small that it is now used as a storage shed for our equipment, and a bigger and better office was built. It's a blessing in the sense that I will always have a job, but it's definitely not for everyone. I am not the type that gets scared or uncomfortable when it comes to death. In fact, being in this field has made me more responsible when it comes to end-of-life decisions. At 32, I can tell you that I already have my plans laid out, so there isn't a burden on my family if anything were to happen. I'm sure some of my friends think that I'm weird, but hey, life is short and you never know what will happen tomorrow. I also feel like I am more open-minded and in tune with those that have passed and the paranormal because of this. My mother has always helped out at the funeral home, but ghosts and spirits have never been her thing. Even dealing with death every day, she didn't believe any of it was real. I say this because I couldn't really talk to her about what I witnessed, but my father believed all of it. In fact, we joke about having some frequent ghosts in our facility or on the grounds and speak about them as if they were living customers right in front of us. I feel our place has become locally popular because of the paranormal activity alone. Because I am so connected to them, they really hold a place close to me like family, and I wanted to share a few that I will always remember. When I was younger, my parents still brought me to the funeral home so that they could watch me, but when there was a service going on, I was at my grandparents' or aunt and uncles. I appreciate them wanting me to understand that this is a normal thing, but also didn't want me to see anything a child shouldn't. So, I often saw people coming and going to the funeral home, caskets and urns coming in, and sometimes other random items that families might request. One in particular that stood out to me when I was about 6 was a really gorgeous blue casket, but it was also very small. We all know what that means. As I saw my parents setting up the room, I noticed the decals they were putting on the casket, which were different superheroes. My mom had explained to me that it was for a little boy that really liked them, and his parents asked for his final resting place to look like his room. So they dressed it up just as they wanted before they brought him out for the services and before the family arrived to set up the rest, like personal gifts and pictures, and I was ushered off to my aunt's and things continued as normal. After a few days, I was back there, playing in the back room and watching a movie, when I noticed that my dolls were falling off the small desk that was in there. Thinking nothing of it, I just picked them up and put them back. This actually happened twice more, and at that age, I was just getting annoyed and yelled, "Stop it!" It didn't happen again after that, but my dad had walked in and asked what happened. I told him what was going on when he smiled and said, "Maybe we should ask nicely next time," and then he walked out, but left the door open that time. After a few minutes of getting back to my movie, I realized this, and I look over to the door. That's when I saw a young boy wearing a long blue cape just standing there. Not knowing what to do, I just said hi, but he continued to stand there. I tried talking to him more, but he would never respond. So, I got up and closed the door, with him standing there. And a while later, my mom came in and asked how I was doing, and that's when I brought up the little boy. She said there weren't any boys there, and asked what he looked like. And after describing him to her, the look on her face changed to one of concern, and she just left the room. As I got older, I learned that my mom thought my dad told me about the little boy that was in the blue casket, or that I saw him because that was exactly what he looked like, down to the cape. Over time, my dad and I both got used to seeing the little boy. He became a little bit mischievous, and at times, just like my dolls, things would get moved, things would go missing, only to reappear right where they last were, or things would get knocked down. I finally found out his name so I could address him properly, and from there, it was as if I could communicate with him. I would ask him, "Charlie, where did my pen go?" And it would be in my seat or something. However, unlike some of the others, he's the only kid that I've seen, and my dad and I are the only ones to see or experience his presence. The other experience occurred as a young adult. The cemetery is open all day for anyone to come and go as they please. Some people go by themselves, or with another person, or where I've seen a whole group of people practically trying to have a party or celebration for their loved ones. We usually let them be and give them their privacy until close, and when we're closing, we walk or drive around and let everyone know so that they can start heading out. After one particular service, there was a woman that stayed around long after the service was over. I knew it was the same woman because of her outfit. She was in a long black dress that was flowy towards the bottom because you could see the bottom of it move with the wind. It looked like it had either lace sleeves with attached gloves or full-length gloves. She also had one of those small cocktail hats that had a long black lace veil over her face. She had a long dark brown hair that was all pulled to the side over her shoulder. And she stood there holding her hands in front of her, staring at the plot. She was still there when we started making our rounds. It was closer to the front, so I decided to walk over to her, hoping that I could comfort her as well. And as I got closer to her, I heard one of the groundskeepers, holler out for me. I turned around, giving them a look of, "Seriously?" because I felt it was rude to shout like that. But by the time that I turned back around, the woman was gone. I looked around for a moment trying to see if I could find her, but she was nowhere. So I turned around to walk back towards the groundskeeper, and I was about to tell him to not shout like that when he apologized and said he thought that it was okay since there was no one around. That's when I immediately mentioned the woman that was standing there, and his only response was, "What woman?" And at first I was confused, but it quickly clicked in my mind. I apologized to him and again just advised to avoid shouting on the grounds while we were open. We finished up for the evening and started to leave when I was driving by the side of the grounds and saw this woman standing there again. I had to know for sure what I was seeing, so I pulled over. I walked up to the fence line and stared at her for a few seconds. And after a while, I watched her turn around, walk off behind our big center oak tree, and then she was gone. And I drove around as far to the other side so I could see if she just went over to the other side, but she wasn't there. The next day, I went in and checked the books to see whose plot she was at. The plot belonged to a gentleman that was born in the 50s, and his wife and children survived him, so I was stumped as to who this woman would be. I started going back through the records to learn and found out his mother had passed away when he was still a child, and you guessed it, she was buried here as well. I went to find her plot and learned that it was on the opposite side of that oak tree. My guess is that she was here and was waiting to meet her son again. I still see her in passing, but I always let her have her space. It doesn't seem like she wants company, so I respect her space and try to tell others as well, the best that I can. We have had a few people say that they've seen her, and we've had a small talk for those that I know that are gifted like me. So, these were two experiences that have stuck with me since my time here, especially since they are two recurring events. It's not hard to open up and realize that we are not alone here, especially in my field. I feel it has drawn me closer to the paranormal, and I welcome the opportunity to possibly learn about someone's life and help celebrate it.
This story happened 3 years ago. I had just come back from a vacation outside of my city, and my bus dropped me off at the station at around 1:30 a.m. I got to the main road and started looking for a cab to head home, but there was no cab or person in sight. I was standing there for a good 5 to 8 minutes looking both sides of the road, trying to find down a cab, but was unsuccessful. When out of nowhere, to my left, I saw a girl in a white sari, which is a traditional dress for women of my country. She had not been there a moment before, and she was standing around 50 feet away underneath a lamppost. The fact that I had not seen her just moments before were rather ominous, but I told myself that in looking for a cab, I must have simply not noticed her. But my heart immediately started pounding when I looked the other way to look again for a cab and turned back the other way to hear her saying something to me, just feet from me now. She had made it to me in record time and in near silence. My heart was nearly pounding out of my chest in fear when she said, "Can you do me a favor?" I was shaking at this point. I took 2 steps back. It was almost 2 a.m., and this girl in a white sari just sort of materialized to me. She said that she needed to get home, that it was rather late, but would like someone to accompany her, and asked if I could do her this favor. It wasn't far from here. Just for context, at this hour, it's very uncommon to see women out alone at night, simply because it can be quite a dangerous place for a woman by herself at this hour. Knowing this, despite being afraid, I walked with her, fearing for her safety if I didn't. We walked. I didn't want to talk or make eye contact. I didn't even ask her where she was going. I just followed her, walking next to her but keeping a distance. She didn't say a word the entire time we traveled, which was eerie. After walking for maybe 15 minutes, we reached a steel gate. She made a happy face and said that she lived not too far from here and thanked me. She turned back around and started walking. I thought my job was done and began walking in the opposite direction to try and look for my cab again. But curiosity panged me in the chest, and I wanted to know which direction she was traveling in specifically from here. As I turned my head around, mere seconds after her departure, I looked to see no one there. I looked at the steel gate and couldn't see her past the distance, which would be unlikely given the few seconds that had passed since me seeing her last. When I took a closer look at the gate, I noticed there was a chain and padlock around it, so there's no way she could have unlocked it, locked it again and gone through in that minimal amount of time. That's when I looked up and saw the sign over the gate, and it said it was a cemetery. Then I started running. I saw a mosque in the distance, and thinking that would be a safe haven, I ran towards it, opened the doors, and fell to the floor. The imam or priest came to greet me with a baton, thinking I was a thief. When he saw me on the floor, he spoke to me and asked what happened, and I explained everything to him. He understood and told me the following story. 8 years ago, a girl was sexually assaulted and her life taken. People found her limp body underneath the lamppost. The same lamppost I had seen her at earlier. Her face was messed up. No one could identify her and no one came to claim the body. No complaint was filed to the police, and the people responsible still roam free. Since no one claimed the body, the locals buried her in the cemetery. Since then, a lot of people, especially young guys, have had interactions with her. Some hostile, some peaceful. I'm glad that mine was otherwise, and I don't think I'll be forgetting in a hurry my interaction with the late-night girl. I'm from a small town in Iowa with around 7,000 people. When you grow up in a small town, you become really resourceful at finding fun things to do. You make the most of fun while you're having it. Urban legends are plentiful and always fun to hear. I don't live far from our capital city, and as I got older I started venturing into the city. I made a lot of friends and they loved hearing the stories of me growing up in such a small town and the fun things we did. They would beg me to take them to a cemetery about 40 minutes from our house. It's a place that I've only been to a handful of times. I admit that in the daytime it's very innocuous. I know the area somewhat well, as I've hunted out there and been on quite a few late-night drives too, but by night it becomes very creepy. I will state this now, I'm not going into the supernatural if something creepy happens to look at me. I'll look for a logical explanation. If you tell me a haunting story, I'll roll my eyes, but there is no explanation for this one. So one evening, some friends from the city call me. They want to go to this cemetery and they want me to take them out there. I agree, so they make their way down to me and we all go around 8 p.m. This is in mid-fall, so it's somewhat dark at this time. We stand around having a few smokes and catching up with one another, and there are 5 of us, and around 9 p.m. we leave. Part of this trip is on a paved highway, but the rest is on limestone, gravel roads, and about 6, maybe 10 miles at most to the graveyard. We took my friend's new car at the time. It was a few months old and was a reddish-maroon Pontiac G6. If you've ever drove on a limestone gravel road, you'll know that your car will get covered in a fine white dust. We make it to the cemetery. The entrance is a large cast-iron gate. So we go in, and I show them the headstone. It's a very large one from the early 20th century, and it has a very creepy saying on it. Something like, "Where you are now, I once was, and soon you will be where I am." Since reading it, I found out it's a pretty common thing on old headstones. My friends are in agreement. Yeah, that's really creepy. They ask if anything has ever happened to me out here. No, not really. My car once overheated by driving it, but that's about it. Now, this gravestone sets in the last rows facing west, and to the south, maybe 50 yards, are a whole row of children's small graves, just big enough to fit names on the stones that were quite small too. Well, urban legend says if you run between those graves, zigzagging through them, you will die. My friend starts trash talking, telling me that's the dumbest thing he's ever heard of. He yells he's not afraid of any stupid dead babies. I said, "I don't know, man. I always heard that whenever someone did it, they were dead a week later." He tells me I'm an idiot. He starts running through them and gets halfway and says he could care less about the supposed curse, but he doesn't complete the whole run and comes walking back. We joked with him and asked him if he's too scared to do it, and he says, "Yeah, I got creeped out halfway through." We went back to the entrance, had a few smokes, shot the breeze a minute, and I was ready to leave. I hadn't had dinner, and I was getting hungry. It was around 11 p.m, and we headed back to the town I live in. On the south side of town, there's a McDonald's. I pull in and we head in to have dinner. When we leave the car, it was under a street light, and the car was well lit. When we get to it, a friend noticed there were small handprints all over the car, no fewer than 20. They were the size of a 2-year-old's, but not all were the same size, but all were very small. They were on top of the trunk, on top of the roof. You could see them because they were outlined in the dust from the gravel road. I remember looking really close, and you could see fingerprints in the white dust, highlighting every crease, and it's the weirdest thing I'd ever seen. There's no explanation. If they were there before we went out, they would have been covered by the dust. We couldn't figure out how a kid could have gotten on top of this car. There were no kids around where the owner of the car lived, nothing. We tried to come up with a reasonable explanation as to how they would have been there, but nothing made sense. I told my friend that ran through the graves he better watch out. To this day, if you bring it up with him, he won't hear a word of it and will leave the room or get angry that you brought it up with him. And we're close to 20 years since that happened.
Back in the 90s, I used to work at a cemetery. I helped with the dirty work of digging the graves, lowering caskets, and helping with the upkeep of the fields. It was an easy enough job, and we hardly dealt with the customers, so we were pretty much left to ourselves as long as we got the job done and did it respectfully. I also typically only worked during the day, which I was fine, because some of the things that I witnessed were weird and creepy enough that I didn't need to know what happened at night. So, as mentioned, there were definitely some unforgettable events. We've had some edgy teens break in and run around the plots. We had a naked guy sleeping on a grave once, and someone even brought a gun, demanding we let him in after we had closed. So, it's not uncommon, but you still remember them. But there was one that messed me up for a very long time and actually led to me quitting. While we were working out on the grounds, we may occasionally see customers come and go, setting up services, making payments, and etc. We get all the work done on the plots the night before, so that way we didn't have a huge hole open during business hours. We had a truck that also came and always parked on one side of the cemetery that delivered flowers and other lawn supplies. And right as the truck was pulling in, there was a car that sped into the lot, cutting off the truck and stopped right where the truck usually parked. It made no sense. There was a whole parking lot and they chose to stop there. I started walking up to the fence to ask the person to move their car, but also expecting pushback just by the way they drove in. A woman frantically got out of the car in sweatpants and a hoodie and also a messy bun, and she was looking around. I kindly asked her if she could park in one of the actual spots, as that side was for the truck. Not to mention a no parking zone technically. She immediately started yelling at me about how dare I ask something so inconsiderate and, "Do you know why I'm here? I just lost my father," and so on. I immediately shuddered because I knew this was going to be brought up to the people inside, and I couldn't really say anything to her because of the situation. So I just apologized, and I walked away as she continued yelling. Someone did come out a little later and asked me what happened, and I explained it all to them. Surprisingly, they understood and agreed that while it was common for people to come in still distraught, she was a little overboard. They said every time they would ask a question about what they wanted in the services, like the burial or cremation, visitation, type of flowers, and etc., she would burst into tears. They would try to calm her down and she'd be fine answering, until they asked another question. They said the whole process was exhausting, which told me a lot because this person never complained about their job. I let it go and then moved on, thinking that I'd probably not see this person again. A few days later, we were digging the plots as normal, and then we cleaned up the edges. We made sure the grass looked nice along the edges and things like that, when, lucky me, that woman shows up, walking towards me. I hold my breath expecting her to go off on me, but I kept my cool and greet her. She approached me smiling and asked if there was a plot number whichever. I pulled up my sheet to confirm, and she told me that this was her father's. She then apologized for her reaction the other day and explained that it just had been hard for her since she took care of her dad, and he was the only one that supported her too. I was polite because, just as expected, she was just going through the stages of loss and everyone grieves differently. I told her that it was okay and gave her my condolences. She said that she just wished that it was her instead because more people cared about her dad than her. Not knowing a damn thing about this woman, I tried to say that it wasn't true, and being in this field of work, no pun intended, you may not think many people care about you, but the services always say otherwise, and that she had to continue on for her dad. I don't know if what I said helped her or not, but she cried a little bit. She hugged me and thanked me and started walking away. Right before though, she turned and asked me what time the cemetery closed, so I gave her the hours. I went home and told my wife about the woman, and she said that I did a good thing. She actually told me on the first encounter that she was probably going through a lot and not to judge someone based on that encounter. I suppose she was right, because that was definitely a different person that I met that day. So not only do we dig graves, but we also help lower the caskets and bury them. So the next day was going to be the services for her father. I got up like I do every morning. I get ready for work, kissed my wife goodbye, and I headed out for the day. I like getting there early to do the weed whacking, so that way it's out of the way and there's no chance of disturbing any visitors. The owner is usually already there getting things in order on days of services, so I walked into the office and talked with him for a few minutes before. I was one of the manager-like people at that time, so I had keys to the cemetery as well. The owner asked me if I had seen his keys, because they usually left the keys to the cemetery gate in his office, but they weren't there. I said I hadn't and double-checked that I just had mine. They said that they probably just left it somewhere, as he had done that in the past, and then excused me to get to work. I went to the shed to grab the weed whacker, and then I headed out. And as I was walking around and getting closer to the plot that we had just dug the other day. I noticed the grass looking disturbed, like something was placed in it because it was flattened. I got angry at first, thinking it was another kid screwing around, and this woman was going through enough. I didn't want something else to happen, so I started walking up to it to see what had happened. Well, I wish it was just some kids. But I found the woman laying in the grave in a black dress and blood all over her wrist. Not knowing what to do, I immediately started yelling for the owner, and I jumped in the hole. The ground was damp from blood, and she was already pale, cold, and unresponsive. Thankfully, Henry heard me and came out and called 911 and then brought me a ladder to get us out. When the paramedics arrived, I heard them say that she had already lost a lot of blood, but that she would be okay, and then they were gone. I actually took the rest of the day off. I called my parents and my 2 sisters to let them know that I loved them. That really hit me hard. This woman really didn't feel like she was worth it, or that it was worth it to stay around, and felt this way was the only option that she had. No one should feel that alone. If it wasn't for her shallow groan, I would have thought that she was dead. But knowing she was close enough to that scared me enough. If I didn't come earlier, who knows how long it would have been before she was found. Thankfully, she did live though. We learned that she broke in through a back room window and then stole Henry's keys. I'm also thankful that he didn't press charges on her, but I heard the funeral for her father was a little off. I had to quit shortly after this. The first time I really talked to any of the customers, got to know them even that little bit, and then having to save their life was really too much for me. I found out what hospital she was at, and my wife and I thought that it was a good idea to send her flowers and a gift. I hope my words did something for her, something to keep her going, because it seemed like she just needed someone to support her again, or let her know that she wasn't alone. If you take anything from this, just let it be to be kind to people, because you never know what they're going through.
When I was 6, my babysitter was this nice middle-aged lady and her equally nice husband. My twin brother and I were always at their house in the summer and hung out with the couple's 2 grandkids, another boy and girl sibling set of similar ages. This was literally my happy place. This lady had the best movie collection for a 6-year-old. It's where I saw The Last Unicorn for the first time, as well as The Little Mermaid, The Great Mouse Detective, The First Land Before Time, and The Brave Little Toaster. And her husband was a phenomenal cook by a kid's standard. Every day was chicken nuggets and pizza day. They had kid-size 4-wheelers, a pool, a huge kids' playhouse, and a jungle gym set up in the backyard. And they put on the best 4th of July show in the county for years. 6-year-old me was the happiest girl on the freaking planet, and they were some of the wealthiest people in the area too. Neither of them worked, so I had no idea where their money came from, but I didn't care. One day midsummer, the 2 boys were being typical boys, and the little girl and I thought they were being mean. In reality, the boys wanted to play war or something, and the girls wanted to play weddings, or something similar. She and I were sad, and we refused to play with the boys. Instead, we decided to pick flowers that grew at the edge of the forest. We thought it was baby's breath, but it was really just poison hemlock. Seriously. Kids, right? So we're walking along the edge of this dense forest in the middle of banjo country in southern Ohio. This was in 1990. so we weren't worried about stranger danger because we were just so far out into the country. The adults did worry about animals from time to time because the next county over had bears and mountain lions, but us 6-year-olds were fearless. We ended up walking on the neighbor's property, picking these flowers when we found a break in the tree line. It was an old, well-worn path leading into the woods. For whatever reason, i.e. we were dumb, she and I decided to ditch our flowers and take the path into the woods and see what it led to. The path itself was unremarkable, well-worn but unmaintained, as there were tree roots growing up through the path in places. We came upon a little bridge at one point. We were both a little confused about it, because we had been told there were no creeks in our area, yet there was a bridge. It wasn't a particularly old bridge either, but the creek bed under it was dry as a bone. Weird. We kept going because, why not, I guess? I'm not sure how far we walked beyond the bridge, but we ended up in a clearing with stones all around it in a circle. The clearing was big enough that there was a gap in the trees that allowed the sunlight in, and in the middle of the circle was a massive stone-walled well. It was big enough that there were stairs built into the dam wall in a huge spiral. My little friend was mesmerized by the well. She found a rock and tossed it in. We never heard it hit the bottom. As we were searching for more rocks to throw in, I was rooted around in the brush by the bigger stones and actually looked at the big ones. They were not normal stones. Nope. I was a smart cookie, already reading at 3rd grade level the summer before 1st grade, something that I loved to show off to anyone that would sit still for 3 seconds or more, so I could read the stupid stones. There were names and dates cut into the rough-hewn stones. We were in a graveyard, in the middle of the woods, far away from our adults. I remember getting chills realizing this. Moments later, my little friend got really quiet and poked me. She pointed to the edge of the clearing on the other side of the wall. Thankfully, not the side that we had entered the graveyard on. My little heart would have exploded, I think. She was pointing at a dark shape standing just inside the woods facing us. We both stood up very slowly and stared at this dark shape. At some point, the little girl took my hand and tried to get me to leave, but I couldn't move. The fear was paralyzing. I didn't move until the clouds covered the sun, and our bright, inviting clearing became slightly shadowy. Then, the shape moved. It was an adult-sized / shaped thing, wearing long dark robes with a hood over its face. We were stupid kids, but we weren't that stupid. We both turned tail and ran as fast as our little legs allowed. My friend was faster than me because I was a chunkier kid with a love of reading and movies and pizza, which leads to overweightness. Who would have thought it? So she made it to the bridge first. I wasn't far behind her though. I looked back after we got over the bridge, and that thing was standing at the edge of it, just standing there. I screamed, wet myself, and kept running. I tripped over a tree root in the path, ripping my pants and shredding my knee in the process. I scrambled up and kept running. We burst out the trees like our hair was on fire, screaming and crying, and made a beeline for the girl's grandparents' house. Her grandfather was in the backyard planting something and came running when he heard us. We were absolutely hysterical, and nothing could calm us down. We spent hours sobbing while the grandma and grandpa got us bathed and in clean clothes to try and soothe us. The more they said there was no one in the woods, the more hysterical we became. It took both of us months before we'd even go on the back deck again. Everyone was convinced we'd made up a story with our hyperactive imaginations, but the adults humored us. The kids, not so much. The next summer, we were forced into the backyard for the annual 4th of July party. Tons of kids. They all knew our story, and one of the teenage boys, a badass, don't you know, called BS, and bullied us for hours until we told him where the path in the woods was. And then, he made us go with him. Cue another incident of me pissing my pants. Yay! To my utter relief, when we got there, she and I both remembered where the path was. There was nothing. No path. Just a very heavy growth of hemlock. He tried to wade through it and ended up with chiggers from neck to foot. And he got into a ton of trouble for dragging us kids down there once we got back. So she and I were relieved not to go back there. But from then on, all those kids thought we were stone cold liars. Fast forward 15 years later, 16 years after this all happened, my mum mentioned that the grandpa passed away a few months prior while I was off school. I was 22 at that point and had mostly forgotten the events in the woods. I expressed my condolences and asked what happened. I mean, this guy was a friend of my mum's for 20 plus years. My mum started being evasive, so I got curious and pressed her, and she said that he had hung himself in their garage. Jesus, wow, okay, that sucks. And then she told me the bad part. His granddaughter, my little friend, was the one that found his body. All around him were notebooks with crazy writings he had amassed over a very long time. Some dating back to the early 70s apparently, detailing his dealings with demons and spirits and other crazy things. He had left notes for all of his loved ones. The note for his granddaughter was an apology for not protecting her from the demon at the well, and the note for his wife was an apology for leaving her, as it was the only way to protect her and the other people he loved. It seems that the explanation for their wealth was deals struck with the demons. After a few decades of these deals, they had started coming to collect on the debts the man owed, and what they wanted was for him to kill his family in payment. So, he killed himself instead. It was the craziest thing I'd ever heard, but it made total sense. Everyone wrote the guy off as having a serious mental health issue, threw the journals away, buried him, and moved on. No investigation, nothing. I can rationalize everything we saw and experienced to some kind of weird psychological reaction to picking hemlock. That wouldn't explain how both of us had the exact same delusion, though. I know what I saw was real. I might not remember all the details nearly 30 years after, but I do remember the fear, and I still have that scar on my knee that has never faded. I'm not afraid of the woods nor the dark, or anything like that, but I have a very healthy respect for the dead, and don't mess with demons and stuff. In the immortal words of Ducky, nope, nope, nope.
I used to do part-time work for my dad at a cemetery at about 15 years ago. He helped maintain the grounds by keeping the lawn mowed, flowers watered, and picked up left-behind trash. After they had a service or around major holidays, he asked me to help out as more people meant more trash and things to pick up. Not to be disrespectful, but some of the stuff people left behind, stuff that couldn't stay, like open food and drinks, or just their trash tissues, wrappers, and things like that. And those people prefer coming back to see that their loved one's resting place is being respected, so that's where we come in. It's typically the same thing each time. I'd walk around, pick up, adjust, look at the headstones, occasionally explain to someone where or how to find specific plots. I also typically work during the day, so I didn't run into any creepy or paranormal experiences, which made the job even easier. Now, this one time though, I had to help my dad zone an area out for a family of 3, a husband and wife and their child that were going to be buried. We had the area already, but it was further in the back, which was usually used by people of higher class, local celebrities, and I suppose things like that, so that families can have more privacy. At that time, I didn't pay too much attention to the news, but I did remember hearing how a family had been killed in their home in an apparent robbery. From the small things I could pick up from my dad, this was the same family. So we had to get it all plotted out, make sure the trees were trimmed, the surrounding area cleared for the services, and etc. It was really an all-day thing. Now on the days of service, there's no work being done on the grounds. My dad was usually in the back fixing things inside, doing paperwork, making calls, and etc. And I ended up going up there to get my check and to just talk with my dad, but I didn't realize that the services were that day until I saw a full lot of vehicles. So I entered in the back to not interrupt anything. I talked with my dad for a while, but he seemed like his mind was elsewhere. Like he seemed distracted, so I asked him about it. He said that the funeral almost seemed like something out of a movie because they had a few cars that were far behind the rest of the group, and one man that got out of the vehicle had several other men surrounding him, like bodyguards. I didn't quite understand the concern over it and just tried to reason with him that they were probably important people. And if it's true what happened to the family, maybe it was police protection for the rest of them. He still seemed to be keeping an eye on them, but loosened up a bit. I ended up leaving a bit after to enjoy having the weekend off and a fresh paycheck. Now around this time, my mother had recently had surgery on her knee, so she needed a lot of help getting around. My sister worked overnights and was still living at home at that time, so she helped my mom while my dad was at work, and he took care of her in the evenings. The day after the service, I was at my parents' for dinner, and while we were settling down after dinner, my dad was telling me how he had this weird feeling that something wasn't right. He said he couldn't explain it, but he just felt like something was wrong. We tried to go through the normal things, make sure the stove was off, the dog was inside, and nothing was missing. We even called my sister to make sure she was okay, which she was. Then my dad mentioned the cemetery, worried that he may have forgotten something there, like to close or lock the gates, the door to the crematorium, or something like that. And since he wasn't the owner, I could at least understand the concern because he would be responsible if anything happened. I offered to go check it out to make him feel better. They were both hesitant at first, but I finally convinced them that I would be fine. I didn't believe in any superstitions, and if all I had to do was to check some doors, then I would be fine. So I left with a promise to call them when I got there. I pulled up to the front and noticed an old beat-up car in the parking lot. The lot is usually empty, but we might occasionally get people parked there to sleep or just talking in their car or something. I got out and walked around the car, but as expected, there was no one in there and no one around. I figured the car just broke down as it looked like it hadn't moved in months as is. So I walked up to the building. I checked the door, which had been locked, and then I went inside. I called my dad from the phone in the funeral home, and I walked around to make sure that everything was turned off and locked. I seemed to have calmed his nerves some more, so after I hung up, I locked the front entrance and then I started to head out. As I was walking back though, I noticed the gates to the grounds were partially open. There was usually this chain-like lock that went around it so no one could get in. It was just dangling from the fence, so my thought was, my dad probably just forgot to lock it up, and that was probably the issue he was having. I went to secure it, and when I looked up into the fields, I had a weird feeling. Something was telling me to go check in there. I got annoyed with myself after convincing my dad that nothing was wrong, but something was really bugging me to check it out. So I skipped grabbing the golf cart and thought that I would do a quick walk through the grounds. Everything was looking fine until I kept walking towards the back. When I got there were 2 shovels sitting next to that family that was just buried, and even worse, they had been messed with. There was a pile of dirt on the side, and they had knocked over one of the headstones. And as I went to turn around to go call someone, I was then knocked out cold. When I finally started to come back, I noticed that it was still dark, and I was laying in the grass and my head was pounding. That's when I started hearing the familiar sounds of dirt being shoveled. I tried to turn around to check the sound when I felt something cold at the back of my head. I will never forget that sound. I just threw my hands up and stopped moving otherwise. I don't even remember what I said to them, but probably something pathetic and pleading. It felt like I was like this for hours though. I just remember there was at least 3 people, and they weren't speaking English, but I have no idea what language it was. And after a while, I was told to lie face down and count to 100. I know I didn't get far when I was knocked out again. This time when I woke up though, it was day, and I was not in the graveyard but in a hospital bed. Of course, my parents were there and they were freaking out and trying to explain what happened. When I wasn't back at their place after 20 minutes or so, my dad started getting worried. He went out himself to check but also called the cops to meet him there. When they arrived, they saw my car in the lot, me not in it, and one of the tires slashed. Then they found me. Those people had completely dug up the husband's grave and destroyed the coffin to obviously get something that he was buried with. But what? What could be so important that you have to dig up a grave for it? I know they never caught anyone because I had to make a statement and they kept me informed, and as far as I know, no one in the family knows who could have done it either. Or at least they aren't talking. This did push my dad to convince the owner to get security cameras, and since then, the worst they get is a raccoon or a person sleeping in the parking lot again. But I also won't go there alone at night anymore either.
Hey everyone, this is your creepy sister. Thank you so much for watching the video. I do hope you enjoyed it. Also, don't forget to leave a like and a comment. It really helps the channel out. A big shout out to both my channel members and Patreon members. Thank you so much for taking your support to the next level. You guys are great. And again, to everyone, stay scared because your fear feeds me.